I am live. That's what it says. You are live. What's up, everybody? How's life? How's your week? I got a crazy lady screaming outside. So yeah, I don't know if you can hear. Let's see what's here. We have Annie. Yay! Hi, Annie. I was wondering
Hi.
how tired you look.
How what?
How tired you would look. I was wondering.
Yeah, no, I'm just old. I'm sleeping plenty.
You're old.
It's just old and stress and this whenever I'm on any platform other than Zoom, I look like shit. So, because
Oh
Zoom has
no,
like
I
filters.
didn't mean that. I meant like since you
Oh,
got the puppy, every single
oh,
time you come on like you've been through the
yeah,
ringer,
yeah. No, it's also just like the all the puppy stuff is really evened out. She's
Nice.
easier every day, but it's just like a lot of stress. And I feel like I'm aging rapidly, but just like a lot of financial stress and then making the
Yeah, right.
decision to do I'm working with that company that's like really exploitative and manipulative. And so,
Like the one that gives you leads?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And so that's just stressful because I've done it like 3 other times, and every time I swear I'll never do it again. Russ has told me in the past that he'll leave me if I do it again. But it makes me feel so low, like the worst of my life, and I kind of, the deal hasn't gone live yet, I'm still negotiating, I'm using ChatGPT. I use ChatGPT to negotiate the contract, at
Wow.
least, so that was helpful because they're very slimy, and I don't know how to do slimy, and play hardball when it comes to contracts and stuff. But no matter how good I negotiated, it's still just like really, really tough. It's a really
Yeah,
bad deal, and I will meet some wonderful people through it, but it also attracts a lot of people that just don't respect me. So
that's right.
it's really hard to manage that to get the messaging right. So I'm also using Chat GPT to figure out all the messaging, um, and how to deal with each of how to maintain the boundaries, because I've been through this before. I know what kinds of obstacles come up. So like how to get the messaging right to maintain the boundaries.
Yeah, even afterwards, how to maintain the boundaries with the customer.
Yeah, it just has attracted some really, really crappy people. So I think the one reason that I should not do it. I feel like forced into a corner where I have to do it, but the major reason that I shouldn't is that it's so damaging to my self-esteem. It's just so eroding to I feel like I'm lowering myself, to a really crappy level. And I have 20 years experience. I deserve more
Right.
respect than that. So I feel like
Yeah.
it's tough. It's a tough situation because I'm making the decision to lower myself to that level out of desperation, which is never. But I am desperate. I still haven't made $1,000. This is 27th. I think I'm up to like 600 now.
Oh wow.
So it's really a situation where like I have to do something. So
Yeah.
So just like getting a fresh influx. But the good thing is I've used Chat GPT to put a whole bunch of new systems in place. Email marketing no longer works. My clients say they don't even get the emails because all of the spam filters are different, and it's weeding that out, even though they've
Right.
opted in. So I switched to SMS, and I'm building up that. And by meeting all these new people, I'll build that SMS chain more and more. And I think that'll, potentially be a good way to
So like
communicate.
you're gonna be sending out updates.
Yeah,
Or
and
like
I just do it like usually only once a month, but it's just
right.
like, come in June, you can use this code for 15 or $20 off. And it just reminds people, you know, just to remind them like,
Mhm.
hey, remember me? I'm still here. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't want to be too obnoxious with it, but I would consider doing it twice a month. Like if there's a weekend I really want to fill, I could say, hey, $20 off just these 2 days. come in.
I know this is a little bit too like, but you have so many other specialties that you could be offering in this kind of market, like helping people figure out their diet or workout strategies
Mm-hmm.
or
Well, what I tried
what
to
other,
do to do it differently this time, instead of selling massage, I thought, oh, I'll sell coaching. People
right,
do that.
that too.
And they rejected it. They rejected my proposal, and they wouldn't allow me to do that. And so,
I mean, you could sell it regardless. You don't have to go through them. What's up, Hank? How's
Yeah.
your
Yeah, when you say they, who do you mean again?
Groupon.
Groupon.
Groupon, yeah.
Oh, Groupon. Yeah, okay, that's acceptable. I guess you probably sell as a what's called a Eventbrite meetup though.
Oh, what I do with Eventbrite? Oh, you mean like create a
Coaching. Yeah,
seminar or something? Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
That's
But
what
yeah,
they.
that's a bit sleazy too-ish to like try to, hustle all kinds of different angles.
No, that's business sleaze. So,
Yeah.
are you surprised?
Nope.
Yeah. I try to do it as authentically as possible. And I start to feel kind of uncomfortable when I have to do things that seem too salesy to me. Like ChatGPT keeps telling me to do a referral program, and it's like the play last in me doesn't want to say that to people, because like,
What is that? Is that like if they refer someone, they get a discount?
Yeah.
Or
Yes.
someone get a discount?
your friend gets $20 off and you get $20 off, and like some people
Right.
are receptive to that, but like my credit card company does that to me. They're like,
Yeah.
get a $500 bonus if you sign up your friends. I'm like, I'm not going to alienate all my friends by trying to get them to sign up for, it just seems kind of
Right.
tacky. But
I
then
mean, you
other
could mention it if you get a customer and someone actually comes in for a massage. You can be like, "Hey, I'm doing this referral thing. If you find a friend,
Yeah.
I'll give you guys both $20 off."
I guess I want to make it an option, but not be pushy, because there's this
Right.
I had this lead play client that said, why don't you do a referral program? And she's one of those connector kind of people. So
Right.
she's the kind of person that thinks that's, a good thing. And she
And it
would
would,
participate.
right. It's
Yeah.
also something that she could do because she's so talkative and she knows so
Yeah.
many people.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just trying to get all my systems in place and like get my attitude right for the what's coming, because there's going to be a lot of new clients coming in.
A good share, Annie. Thanks.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks.
How about you, Hank? How's your week?
I'm still. I used my vacation days because that fiscal year's coming up, so I'm gonna do some research on called immutable Linux. If I can learn the new container thing, if I could have a good base platform to sell backup services. So because that's what's coming in, so I want to be ahead of the curve, or at least on it, rather than behind the curve.
I would never have predicted that a Linux curve is coming up, Hank.
Oh, we don't have to predict it's kind of behind us. It's just I need to be up to date with the newer technologies before everyone else catches up. So
Cool. Well, good luck with that. What you got there in the background? That little tower-like thing.
oh, that's my stack of PC Duinos. I need to get OpenWRT on them sooner or later.
What? A stack of PC Arduinos?
PC
Like that little
Duinos.
that white tower thing on your piece of paper?
Oh no, that thing. That's just a bag of sunflower seeds.
Oh.
Let me get it.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bag of sunflower
Nice.
seeds.
Do you have like a rabbit or something? A rodent?
I'm
Or a
eating
bird?
them. I'm
Oh.
eating them.
Okay.
The thing is, a bag's more durable than any kind of plastic capsule. So when I take
We
it to
have
work, I use
one
a
of
bag.
Snafu's friends here. It looks like.
Oh,
Yes, it is.
Luna
Yes,
was asking if I could buy my own ads. No, Luna, I have so much credit card debt, I cannot buy my own ads. That's my answer to that question. It's a
Also,
strategy.
ads are goddamn expensive. So if you don't have to buy them, don't bother.
They
Well,
don't really work that well either.
that's the problem, is like I've done it before and it's like, wow, I have all this debt. Like I don't see the return on investment for this. It's risky if you don't get it just right, you know?
Yeah, so like one person operations, you're better off cooperating with a platform than to go on your own, because it just you don't want to get all that overhead to start out with.
Hank, let's clear the air here. Are you a pedo?
Negative.
There's
Okay.
a big helicopter.
I think we settled that. You're not a pedo. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Why are people blaming you for that? That's not nice.
Oh,
It's because they don't have a life. I mean, I saw them over on Tarek stream, but they went. I mean, they just lost their producer this week, so they're just gonna have a hard time making content because they went ahead and attacked their producer because they're unhinged. So they're just gonna have a hard time doing any videos or live streams, and they gotta stick to they're using their what's that called? Their sock puppet accounts. That's the best they got now. Or they could click the link and try to make a coherent argument. But I mean, we already debunked the last one, so. Or even better, just you can come up and change the subject and explain what the Sarah group is for. That would be interesting.
I got a fright. There was the helicopter scared me. It was loud. It was like
okay.
It was just flying low, and it made my heart race. So I ran and looked out the door, but it was already gone. But yeah, big sky sounds scare me.
That's that blue one with the D is also a sock account from the same person.
I don't think so. I think that's Jay.
No, it's not Jay.
It's not Jay?
No, I just saw him over on Tarek's stream. No,
okay.
Yes. So yeah, it's not Jay.
All right. Interesting. You got some haters. You got some real life haters, Hank. People are making dual accounts and coming on here to try to trash you.
It's just one guy.
Feathers.
It's one guy, and he's too much of a bitch to come up on the panel again.
I see. You're he's got nothing better to do, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on vacation because I spend him because the fiscal year ends, and he's got nothing. I guess maybe he's still in our hospital gown. I don't know. Can you come on panel and show us if you're still at the hospital or not?
Well, who clicked that?
Oh, I think I accidentally did that when I put my. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't.
Yeah, it's all good.
I don't care.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, just talking to children is still legal. I mean, it's not.
It's still legal, right? You can still talk to children. Yeah.
Yes.
Have you talked to children? Which children are you talking to?
Children I talk to. They have their parents with them all the time, so it's just either random kid at the store or my nephew, but every time their parents are with them.
I see. Yeah.
I deal with that in massage. Like occasionally a parent will reach out and say like, hey, I have a very active athletic child, who would like some body work. And I always say that's fine, but I just want you to be in the room. There's a little bench, so I'll do it. It's not my specialty, not with barefoot. I would use my hands for that.
Right.
Yeah. But
yeah. I want some haters like that, Hank. How do you get haters like that?
Oh, you just have to panel hop a little more. Then the haters will find you.
I see.
In fact, you do have haters like that. You have Bunny Christ.
I do? Bunny Christ hates me?
I think so.
I don't even know Bunny Christ.
Rant. Bunny Christ is Rant.
I don't think Rant hates me.
Well, we'll find out if he panel hops more. We'll find out. Well, he doesn't even come on.
Is he around anymore? I haven't seen him.
Not really. I mean, he just tends not. He only wants to come up with Pinoid now since I roasted him often last year, so he just doesn't want to pop out of the ground. But we can find you new haters.
We can find me a hater. Can you hook me up with a hater?
Absolutely.
Oh, nice. That's sweet. I've never had a hater like that. That'd be cool. Will they call me a pedophile too, or something else?
Something else.
Yeah.
They'll call you a genocidal maniac. That's what they'll call you.
Right. That works.
Because the Israel connection, they're at war, but it's allegedly a genocide. So we'll get. They'll call you a genocidal maniac, even though you're not even.
Sweet.
Yep.
All right, Hank's gonna hook me up with a hater. I like that.
In fact, don't you already have a hair that calls you genocider?
Sometimes it happens, but it's not.
But we'll get you more of those.
Yeah, they're not actively, like they just come out a little bit and then that's it. They go away. They're not coming on my stream and making second accounts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see, this guy doesn't hate you. He loves you, because what would he do without you? I mean, he's really having a good time coming after you. That's like his whole joy in life. So,
but knowing what goes through his head all the time is probably the unthinkable. So it's good that I'm keeping him off the street.
Well, children, you can get close to Hank because he's not a pedo.
if you have any doubts, just bring your mommy with you.
Yeah, that's right.
But only she's hot.
The mom.
Yes, the mom. Yes. Yeah. Otherwise, both of you can stay away from me.
We watched a show the other day, and I was like, the series was just, the first season was over, and I said, what do you think? Do you want to watch the second season? And Russ said, I don't know. There were only 2 hot girls on that show. I was like, well, what about the wife, the detective's wife? She's really hot. And he said, yeah, she was probably pretty when she was younger, but like her posture's weird and she's old. I'm like, she's like younger than you. Like,
that's what makes a show good. If there's enough hot girls in it, is that what happens?
No,
or was he joking?
I think he was just being silly, but I think he does appreciate, like I do too. If I watch a show and I'm like, oh wow, there's some, pretty faces are pleasurable to look at.
There's that side of it, but then there's also the side where it's like, this is not an accurate representation of reality. Whatever's going on here. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm torn between the two sides.
I don't think he really means it in his heart, because, yeah, I don't know. I think he was just kind of being silly. But it is really interesting to see who he is attracted to. Like he'll point it out, and I do the same, and it's just interesting. Sometimes his taste really surprises me.
Are you part of his taste?
Well, he doesn't like curly hair, but he does like women that are like, there's something about them that's a little unique, like not just not super standard symmetrical beauty, but something like somebody that has like some interesting kind of qualities. So
okay.
I guess I fit in with that. Yeah.
That's secure. That's good to know.
Yeah. When I turned 40 or something, he said, sorry, I don't date 40-year-olds.
That's not nice.
Yeah, that's the kind of banter that we have.
I hope you smack him back too.
Oh yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
What are some of the mean things you've said to him?
I have a hard time remembering. I know there's a lot. It's all day long, just like little, fun volley insults back and forth.
Sweet.
But it's hard to remember specifics.
What else is going on? What happened this week in the news? Anyone following the news?
My Amazon order just came in. I'm gonna go get it.
What did you order?
Nope.
I'll show you. It's a
nice.
tease.
We have an unboxing.
All right, cool. I don't know. Yeah, some stuff has happened in the news, but what was it?
Yeah.
The bill thing. Yeah, there was a major bill here. What is it? It passes the House first, but then the Senate, or is it the other way around? But it did have some major Medicaid cuts, and that's the thing I'm concerned about. Like, even like in Oregon, 1/3 of the residents are on Medicaid. So it's not like an uncommon thing. And there are people who are working, people with jobs. And then part of that bill is work requirements. And so I am just not sure how that applies to self-employed people. Like, how do I prove that I'm working? Or do they say, I mean, I have good months and bad months, like this month. I mean, do they say, I just don't know how they're going to measure that for self-employed people. Because it would kind of mean like, oh, we're America, we love small business, but you can't do it unless you really
You're
can make
successful. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and a lot of people aren't, you know, a lot of people are just, yeah,
Right.
small businesses that are really struggling. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, even like Uber, like say you're on Medicaid and you work for Uber. Yeah, just like how do you prove that? This is exciting.
So this is a riser card.
It's small.
Yes, it's a right.
Tiny.
This one. Yep. So what this card does
It's for a
is,
laptop.
could be. So what it does is convert a PATA. Yeah, there's an SD to PATA connection. So if you have a really old computer, you can use the SD card as a hard drive instead of a really old HCD. Yeah, you said SD card instead of
Oh, I
really
see.
old
It's got the hard
computers.
drive connector there. Okay,
Yeah,
so it connects as if it's a hard drive.
Yes.
Right.
So this is gonna be really good for the old computers, the classic computers, classic micro computers, because
Right.
the old the really old, really small hard disk drives are actually pretty expensive. So
They're
you're
expensive
saving money.
and hard to find now. Yeah.
Yes. So you're saving a lot of money and time and having a lot more throughput just using an SD card.
Sweet. And you can also swap out the SD cards.
Yeah. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
This even has an adapter for micro SD card. So.
Sweet. So if you get like the FBI knocking on your door, you just take the SD card, break it, and then they won't find any pedophile content on your computer.
No, they probably could. They would, the way they do it is the way the scam bears do it. So they'll bug the computer for a while. They'll watch it like the scam bears do. So just destroying the content won't bail you out. You better off just not having it at all. So because what they do is they'll have a reverse connection into your computer and just watch you using your computer for a while.
Well, I can say when I was in Gaza, there was a lot more aid trucks. Like all the aid trucks were coming back.
Yeah, I heard something about that this morning. I wasn't
1 second, I'm muting you, Hank.
listening.
What's that?
I heard something about that this morning. Like new things are happening in terms of that.
Yeah, I mean they've been back for a week already. I got footage of the first aid trucks that came through. I don't know if it's interesting, but yeah, there's a whole shit ton of them now.
Yeah, and so the difficulty is like feeding the civilians, but not supporting Hamas.
Yeah, I mean, like when they were coming through, you would see all of the UNRWA trucks, the UN trucks, come in like escort them, and the UN trucks are Hamas, and they would escort them straight to Hamas. And I'm like, why are we letting UN get involved with these aid trucks? Why don't we just like not let them? Like it seemed like we were letting this happen,
That's how they're painting it. Yeah, that's how it's.
No, that's not. I don't. That's how it seemed like in the field. Like we're just like, hey,
Well,
not
no.
our responsibility. We're letting the aid trucks in. I mean, I guess
I think they're portraying it as that you're obstructing the food from getting to the people who need it.
Yeah,
That's
so
fair.
that never happened. Yeah, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
But we were letting it in, but it was just going. You see, the UN trucks were escorting it the whole way through. And yeah, that's a lot of them, and that's Hamas. They hide themselves as the UN. It's well known. You got another one there, Hank. I'm gonna unmute you.
Yeah, this is a riser card for modern PC. It makes it turns a what is this adapter? PCI Express into a called SATA multiplexer. So 6 SATA slots on one PCI Express. So it's good for if you want to hook up a whole bunch of hard drives. Yes.
Yeah. and redundancies too if you wanted to do some.
Yeah, so it doesn't do hardware RAID, which isn't a problem because software RAID works really well anyways. So you do
Yeah.
all kinds of software RAID. You use a file system RAID. You just use um, what's that called? iSCSI. It's all, or you can use Linux RAID. So there's all kinds of ways to do software RAID that works fine. So I don't need hardware RAID. Plus, hardware RAID kind of sucks unless you go really expensive anyways.
So Hank,
Cool.
did you do anything for Memorial Day? Like eat some barbecue or something?
Oh yes, I made barbecue spare ribs.
Yeah, that's what Russ smoked ribs and corn and made smoked corn is really good and made coleslaw.
Yeah, I made it in an Instapot. I made ribs with sweet onion and apple, and it just saved all the dripping and just it's a stew now.
Mm, nice. I always want to help more. And so I said to Russ, would you like me to cut the cabbage, slice up the cabbage and the carrots for the coleslaw? And he said, I'm not, it has to be cut really thin. I'm not sure you're up for it. And I was like, Russ, come on. I'm trying to pitch in here. So I cut the cabbage very, very thin, but he thought I put too many carrots in. I was just doing it visually, like some cabbage, some
Right.
carrots. Looks good. I like carrots, but he felt like it was too many carrots.
That's okay.
Yeah, he ate it.
It's good enough for me.
I just try to think of ways. I mean, he does do so much more than me, and I try to think of ways I can fit in. This is gonna be hard.
I'm sure you do pitch in ways that are more intangible. Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell's in here? Mute.
You got a surprise there, Hank?
I first forgot what's in here, so I opened it still.
Maybe he's just being like really, really good at etiquette, like not sharing his package rustling noise with us.
He is, yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of times those noise things on this Hangout bother me, like background noises. It's annoying.
All right, now I remember these are USB Type C cables.
Oh. You had that assassination happen there in DC too.
Yeah. Oh, that was a big thing. Yeah. There's so many big stories every day. It's hard to remember. Yeah, that was awful.
Hey Graves, you should come up. Yeah, truly terrible.
Yeah, I left the link to, I guess, my video of me taking the Truity Enneagram and MBTI test on,
The subjective personality server?
yes, the objective personality server. I'm still waiting for someone to tell me which questions I answered wrong so I can be corrected.
Which ones I answered. It's not about answering the questions right or wrong. It's like about the logic and what's going on behind the answering of the questions. Did you
Yeah.
talk about why you answered the question the way you did?
Yeah, and also I had Officer Snaps on for like a field test so they could use that instead as a basis for figuring out my personality rather than my.
Did anyone
my
respond? Did anyone like pay attention to you there yet?
Well, yeah, I actually linked the wrong video somehow. I cut off a letter, and I like a couple days later linked the right video. After that, I haven't got any responses to the content, so I did get a response.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of weird to just show up to like a random room and be like, "Hey, slaves, type me."
Well, they already knew me for a year for being on your show.
Oh, right. A couple of them, yeah. Graves, Chris.
Not a couple of them. Like everyone that I knew from your show that has the Discords on there.
Really?
So, yeah.
Oh, sweet. I think I'm there too. I just don't check
Yeah,
Discord a
I'm
lot.
on that. I don't look at it very much.
I love Rob. I just don't. I never paid attention to his server much. Rob's a
That's
great
fine.
guy.
I have a bunch of servers that don't pay attention to you, so it's normal.
Yeah.
And shout out to Officer Snaps for making that show entertaining.
You weren't a pedophile back then. He didn't accuse you yet.
No, he accused me then too.
Oh,
It's just he don't got anything, so no one's gonna respond.
he has no receipts.
Yeah, he's no receipts. In fact, I'm actually added a destination to Kick, which is the vigilante platform of choice. So, to force him to reveal himself that he is a phony, right where the real people are. So that'd be hilarious.
Kick is a vigilante platform. I didn't know there was such a thing. That's an interesting thing.
Well, it's not a vigilante platform, but it's a streaming platform that the vigilantes prefer. So they could find out firsthand that he's a phony.
That would be interesting though to like make a vigilante platform. What's up, Dragon Nick?
Oh, not much. Isn't there like
saw that-
Kiwi Farms? Kiwi Farm seems like a vigilante platform.
Oh yes, I did talk about that in reference to OTW paying Officer Snaps for services, talent. Paying officers for talent. So Kiwi Farms did come up because they make a whole bunch of accusations they can't prove too.
I saw that you sent me some stuff on Discord. I didn't get around to look. One of them I already saw. Let me see what you sent me, Dragon's Nick. How's your week been, by the way? That's why I didn't click the Discord thing. Installing updates, 1 of 18. Screw.
Oh yeah, I don't use the desktop Discord. I just use a browser version.
Right.
It feels
up,
like
Brave?
my week just started because being on having a Memorial Day weekend and then shifting my schedule back to nights over last night, so I just got like a couple hours of sleep. Yeah.
I think I saw the did we get gravity wrong thing, and the it's all consciousness stuff. I've seen several people try to push forward that narrative. So I haven't seen that specific one, I think, but I've seen that argument a lot.
I thought it was a shorter framing of it that just seemed like better than some other videos might be. I haven't seen too many videos on it, but I was just still thinking about you trying to say that it's not consciousness, it's cognition.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know how to process that still.
I mean, that's what's really became clear with this unity separation stuff. Like consciousness is a unity, so there's no way that unity is the basis of reality. I mean, within reality, at least. Like within physics.
Why is consciousness a unity?
Is consciousness a separation or a unity?
I think it's a separation.
Separation.
Cognition seems like it would be a unity to me because when I hear cognition, I think about like the actual brain.
Okay. I think it's the opposite.
Yeah, I agree, Benjamin.
I think last time you were on my side, Hank. What the heck?
You thought wrong.
So if you think consciousness is a separation, that means there's like many different consciousnesses, and they're all right.
I mean, there's
So many different ones, and then they wouldn't be as complex as ours because they would be separate ones. Like that's
why is our consciousness complex?
Because it's a unity. It has a whole bunch of separation. It has a whole bunch of parts that make up our consciousness.
Yeah,
What
like a
is
PC.
consciousness?
Like a
What are we
PC.
defining consciousness as?
It's a process.
Is that how you define it, Ben?
No. Consciousness is it's the experience that our cognition provides for us.
Yeah, so it seems like it's an experience. The experiential element is what is
It's
the
the awareness.
key.
Yeah, it's the awareness of our experience. Of the
I don't know if it. I guess it probably has something to do with awareness, but I didn't think about it through
Yeah.
awareness. But I would say that a rock has an experience, therefore it is conscious, sort of thing.
It
And
has an experience, but not a conscious experience.
I think
I agree that it has an experience, just not a conscious one. Has a cognitive experience. It's exchanging information all the time. Its organization of particles is a form of information.
we were
It's
saying that
when light hits
consciousness
it, it's exchanging information with the light. It's exchanging
con-
gravity, all kinds of force
consciousness is
carriers.
an experience, though, right?
Consciousness is an awareness of a cognitive experience. Yeah.
It's like the awareness part is what's throwing me off because I don't see awareness as really being a part of.
Subconscious.
I feel like I've just heard the idea from Dr. K originally, where
Yeah.
he would take the
Well,
route of saying that
what's the question? If someone is in a coma, is like, are they conscious yet?
that's probably part of where it came from, yeah.
Right.
And it was basically like talking about where's consciousness located, and
Right. And that's a nonsensical question. It's a unity. It's located. It's located in the unity, not in any specific part.
I would his perspective disagrees, where it's like consciousness, I guess the people usually say it's like above the head or something. It's like outside of you,
Sure.
and it's said
Yeah,
something
sure, that
about
works.
like our experience is based off of like our different senses and like our cognitive awareness, and
That's
like
part of our experience.
a rock has a different
That's a huge
experience as it's experiencing things, but it doesn't have the same like wiring or like ability to experience in the same way.
We do all have separate and different awarenesses.
Yeah, we do. I mean, you don't
Yeah.
know my password to this PC right now. So
I don't know what's on the wall that Hank is facing.
exactly.
You haven't meditated long enough to unlock that power.
You're assuming that there's a finite length that would give him that information.
So what cognition does is it like on our level, right? There's different levels of cognition, but on our level of cognitions, it's creating representations for our consciousness to receive and interact with. So it's doing the facial recognition so that we can see faces, and then our consciousness interacts with the face. It's creating pitches, right? We don't hear like sound is in amplitudes, so you need some kind of cognition to convert it to a pitch, and so that way our consciousness is aware of the pitch. It's aware of this representation that our cognition is providing us with. So that's your consciousness is aware of what your cognition is presenting it on our level, right? So like if you wanted to talk about the consciousness of a cell has cognition that's creating representations for it, and it would like I don't know what the awareness of a cell would be like, but like the one I really liked was the box jellyfish, because the box jellyfish is getting these sensory representations, but it's not at all the world that we see. It's seeing this really weird different world, and it's like it would feel like it's in some kind of video game simulation with like these different contrasts and things, and it would be reacting to these contrasts in order to get food and stuff, but it would have this like really different representation of the world. So its awareness, its consciousness would be very different.
It just throws me off because we just switch between saying like consciousness and then the cognition, and that back and forth mixes me up.
Yeah, you have to differentiate between cognition and consciousness. All of the conversations I see online all talk about consciousness and don't really refer to cognition. And most of the times when they're talking about consciousness, they're actually talking about cognition, not consciousness.
I'm guessing they're probably going off of more of the standard definitions. Like looking at Google right now, it says cognition is like the mental action or process of acquiring knowledge and understanding through thought, experience, and the senses. Also,
So that would be for humans, right? That would be for humans. But what would cognition be for a cell? Because a cell is cognitive. It's performing calculations.
I don't know. This other part of it says a perception, sensation, idea, or intuition resulting from the process of cognition. I don't know if that fits it better.
You can't use the word in the definition, buddy.
That's just what it says.
Yeah.
And then the definition for consciousness is like.
Well, what's a cognitive function? What's intuition? Intuition is a cognitive function. It's part of our cognition.
And I'd say that's the mental process of taking the abstract and either
what's cognitive sciences? What is cognitive sciences? It's a degree you can get in university, right? What is this cognitive sciences stuff? You don't know?
I've never heard of it.
Right.
I heard of it.
Yeah. So most of cognition, we're talking about human cognition, right? But there's cognition beyond human cognition, and human cognition is like it has layers to it. There's unities upon unities. Like the fact that we're talking about intuition and sensing, that's two different parts of cognition. And our consciousness is not one or the other, it's a unity of both. And it can shift between different parts of cognition, but it's still one consciousness.
I typed in non-human cognition definition, and the AI overview says non-human cognition refers to the cognitive abilities and mental processes of animals excluding humans.
Sure. So talk about ask the AI if it has cognition or consciousness.
It's the Google AI. I don't think I can just talk to it.
Oh.
I have to go to the Grok thing I have open.
You mean Gemini? Not. Gemini is the Google AI.
Yeah, it's just the one that popped up from Googling. I don't know if I can interact with it.
Ask the Google AI, does AI have consciousness or cognition? You'll get into an interesting conversation to flesh the two out. Anyways, you can do it on your own time.
Consciousness or cognition?
Like I can listen to these conversations and it's mildly interesting, but I just feel so grateful that I really don't care. Like I don't know. It's a mystery.
Yes, I also don't care, but we have the ideas. We just need to pin words to them. So once you get that fixed, we can actually have a conversation.
Yeah.
Right. I think it's more fun if we have a game where you take a shot every time they say unity or cognition.
Like that Tom Billieu video that you posted.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I appreciated a whole lot of that. I watched it really early in the morning, and I put it on 2x speed as I always do, and then it got locked into 2x speed, but I hadn't really had very much coffee yet, so I don't know, for some reason like my screen froze and I couldn't put it down to 1.5, so I was getting kind of lost at points, but I really appreciated that. I think it's always important to remember that we shouldn't blindly trust experts, because we don't know. We just don't have the full picture, and what we thought we understood 100 years ago, has totally evolved. Yeah. And also with the perception thing, that we're not seeing accurately. We're seeing through our limited, perceptual lenses.
100%. Yep.
Yeah, that was a good video.
It was semi-ironic because he was locking himself into a similar model by talking, like he had a model of how other models are bad. You know what I mean? It was kind of like meta. Yeah.
I guess the part where I was getting a little bit lost was a couple things, like saying that the people who believe, or like maybe he believes us, that we always evolve towards oligarchy. I
You
was
just
like,
did the Peterson fingers. I like that.
oh yeah. So I was not understanding that just because it was on 2 times and I was not
Say it
catching up.
again. The oligarchy.
How we move towards oligarchy and like that's more stable. I was like, I wasn't understanding because it was going too fast.
He was referring to a book, and that was the thesis in the book: is that oligarchy is a natural result. We need some kind of oligarchy.
Do you think that's true?
Maybe not universally, but definitely situationally. Like it's definitely happened several times in history where oligarchy has emerged.
Yeah, I'd say hierarchy yes, but the oligarchy no. We don't.
It's so scary because who is the person at the top? I mean, that's the dangerous thing. You know, what is the motive of the person who has all that power? That's scary.
I don't know how scary it is, because for someone to be at the top, that means people under him have to agree to let him be at the top, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Not when there's so much manipulation of people and like
corruption, bribes.
Like what a lot of people feel like here in the United States is like all these things are happening that are we could be outraged by, you know, minute to minute, but it's like an onslaught that we feel like we're frogs being boiled alive, and like nobody is. When do we get to the breaking point where we say, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. Yeah. You can't take these things away from us. And it's because it's this onslaught.
The nice thing about frogs, when they try to boil them by raising water, they hop out. If they have brains, they hop out. They literally have to remove the brains first so they don't hop out. So the breaking points whenever I want to be disobedient.
The analogy is you raise the temperature so slowly that it doesn't realize the temperature is going up.
Yeah, that's false. They just hop out. It is false. They test it scientifically. It's false unless they take
so maybe the second example is bad, but the analogy is what they're talking about. Yeah.
Well, just have a brain, you'll be fine. That's the moral of the story.
It's more like everyone's comfortably complacent. It's just being comfortably numb, and there's a lot of distractions, and no one's really going to care.
There is, but like things are being eroded and taken away, and then you wake up the next morning and like say you don't have health insurance. You know,
the new normal. You keep getting the new normal.
Yeah, it's slow.
Yeah.
What's up, Sun Hashira Mimo? What is this new title?
Hi, Demon Slayer.
Oh, okay, all right. I thought you had a new title.
No. It's I'm working towards it. I'll get there.
What's hot weather over there? You forgot your shirt.
Yeah, it's all humid. Freaking raining all. I'm back in Oklahoma now, so. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you bounced last time. We didn't get to talk much.
Yeah.
Where's your genius brother?
Physically or mentally?
I don't know.
Mentally, he's halfway across the stars. So. Yeah. You know him. He's still in Portland though.
Sweet.
Yeah.
The politics stuff is kind of just interesting because the opposite side of the politics that are supposed to help keep things in check are just still making poor decisions that like don't make average people find them appealing.
Nothing to keep, in the U.S., there's nothing to keep you guys in check. The other side is completely horrible right now.
It's the same bird. That's what I've been telling you. It's the same bird.
It's a sinking ship and everyone's bailing. Yeah.
Well, they just seems they are focusing on the stupidest stuff, like the whole South African president thing that happened recently. And they're
saying that
happens
in these situations when like the other side is so off is so that like probably out of the right there's going to be a split, and then that's where the new split's going to happen.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm seeing with if you're familiar with James Lindsay.
No clue.
Yes.
He talks a lot about like the whole communism, Marxism kind of like ideology, that conscientiousness that he dug up through like the history of like Paulo Freire And
Yeah, I don't know if that's the new split though.
no, he's he's getting like in trouble by people on the right because he's coining something called the woke right, and people are throwing a fit about that on the right, and he's
I don't know if
basically
we can
trying
identify.
to
It's a bit early to identify what the split will be, but it's it.
the Christian nationalism is like one of his main examples of like what he would say is woke.
Right.
The right
And
was woke before the left was. If you ever heard of the Great Awakening, that was a Christian movement from a century ago or two. So
The Great Awakening.
yes,
I think I'm familiar. That's with the whole Calvary Chapel movement.
yes.
Yeah, my American history sucks. So.
You
I don't
probably
think
passed
that-
the citizenship test.
I don't know if that falls in line with
I'll never take it, but yeah, probably.
the Christian nationalism view. But I've been having a lot of irritation processing this video of a spoon wearing a monocle talking about Jordan
the fuck,
Peterson and
Limo?
James
Where'd you go?
Lindsay being idiots.
Wait, a spoon wearing a monocle talking about what?
Jordan
Huh?
Peterson and James Lindsay being idiots.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a YouTuber whose avatar is a spoon wearing like a top hat and a monocle.
What a time to be alive.
And
I mean, out of all the utensils, the spoon is the best one.
I agree.
yes, actually, I agree.
Yeah.
It's just so irritating, and I like tried to have a point out like some of the problems in the comment section, and he's just like, "Okay, so where am I wrong?" I'm like, "That's you're asking the wrong question." He's like, "Answer the question." I'm like, "You dickhead." And I didn't even continue with that, but it's irritating because he doesn't understand the other people's perspectives of like the words they're using, and he's like he didn't even try. He just says,
He's strawmanning.
woke is left, and left is opposite from right, so you don't know what the heck you're talking about.
Yeah, he's strawmanning. Yeah, just avoid him. It's not gonna get anywhere.
Yeah, well, the right's just left derev 20 years, so.
But yeah, it's interesting seeing how Lindsay is kind of framing woke as like this underlining mechanism that I don't know how to explain because I haven't practiced it enough yet.
Yeah.
But kind of like the way to rile people up and then take power sort of thing. And
Yeah, divide and rule. Yeah.
he's basically.
I mean, it's quite obvious that anything that's not nationalistic is going to fail. Like you need a nationalistic movement. That's what's good. Like when the left and the right were both nationalistic, they were succeeding. As soon as the left became non-nationalistic, that's when the left is going to fail.
I feel like
because you're a nation. You need your parties to believe in the nation. Otherwise, like what the heck? Like what are they ruling?
Yeah, that's part of it. I feel like the whole Christian nationalism perspective is different, and it's basically framed in a way of like this is how we should be as a nation underneath these certain rules, and like claim power that way. And basically James Lindsay's after the election stuff's been going more towards like making sure that kids aren't falling more into like actually wanting to become Nazis and like having that whole ideology just brainwash the kids, I suppose, to put it that way. And it seems really good, but he's like just getting completely like roasted by people on both sides.
I also hate to say it, but usually when the second party pops up, it's when the first party starts going wrong, and the second party starts like fighting the wrong direction the first party is going. It's usually a counter movement.
I'm wondering if that's what he's thinking is going to happen, because he's like thinking there's going to be a divide in MAGA. Basically, is what
there has like
about.
I don't see where else the second party has to come, and like absolute power must corrupt, so you need a counterbalance. So some like that's what has to happen. Like MAGA has to go the wrong direction. You need that counterbalance to pop out.
Oh, it will go simply. So if Trump goes, MAGA movement's gone because it's a code of personality.
Is that what's happening?
Yeah. So once Trump's gone,
that's a possibility. There might be a split after Trump's gone.
Yeah.
I think that it's more likely because Trump is such a wild card, and He does seem to be.
He is what's
doing
unifying the right now.
Yeah, and he does seem to be making a lot of nice choices here and there, depending on your viewpoint. But it'll be interesting to see where like Annie's concerns go with the recent bills and stuff, because
Yeah.
I'm definitely not knowledgeable to like say anything about that.
Mm.
But
Because like so far, all of the resistance to Trump and the MAGA is like it's false. They're resisting lies. Like they're creating their own lies, and they're like, oh, we're against Trump doing this, and he's not doing that, right?
yeah,
It has to be
Mhm.
based on truth for it to endure.
Mhm.
So
And
like what
it's-
Annie's talking about is based on truth, but like right now it's still a worry. It hasn't happened yet. Like she hasn't lost her healthcare yet. But if she ever does, then that's something the
But
counter movement can unify around.
some clinics have shut down in rural areas. People are not
Right.
having access to healthcare because of the federal funding cuts that have already
Yeah.
come to pass.
Yeah. So like that kind of thing, if they start fucking up too much, that kind of thing will start rising.
yeah.
I just don't understand why the media aspects or like other spokesman people aren't like talking about those issues more. It feels like Bernie Sanders is the closest thing to that.
They're,
I mean,
they're
I'm
talking, they're just not
it.
popular.
So, I'm hearing about it.
Hmm.
I mean,
Where from? I don't hear from it anywhere.
A lot of the stories, personal, the way people's lives are personally impacted by some of the deportations, that are just kind of like, oh wow, you deported that father of 5 who's been in this country for 30 years and is like a strong community leader, like a pastor, got deported from his community. So they're like on an individual level, like those stories are out there.
Right.
I
Right.
haven't seen those stories. I've heard the other stories of like the judges like trying to get people to escape and like breaking the law and stuff like that, and defending like gang members that got sent back.
Right. That's the one. That's the argument they're using. That's the yeah.
But
So
I'm
like
not-
like this pastor, I haven't heard the story. So like this pastor, he was not legal in the country.
Mhm.
Let's see, what are all the details? No, he had
He had a green card.
he
was
he
legal?
had these regular meetings that he would go to where like he was allowed to be here under certain conditions, and he went to one of those meetings just like always, just like he had many times before, and they're like, oh, you're deported. And yeah. I mean, I consume so much news, I don't have like all the facts.
Yeah.
A news story I heard a few days ago. But
Yeah. I mean, it's within the right of the U.S. to do that. Like,
and it's not surprising that we're gonna see like some crossfire. It's like not everyone that's just the bad people are gonna get hit, but hopefully a majority of them will be the baddies.
well, I mean, if he is not a baddie, he would go through the bureaucratic process, which is annoying, and get back in the country at some point.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
And I do hope that there's like a better, like everyone said since I was like little, that we need a better system for like immigration.
Mm.
It'd be nice if something is in the works for that eventually.
yeah,
But-
and I think that immigration is a problem everywhere, right? A lot of countries are dealing with that. And so, yeah, I agree. But I think in some cases, they're sort of belligerently going after people in a way that's not really organized. And I don't believe that all these people are criminals and gang members. I think a lot of them aren't. And that there's a lot of unfair stuff happening.
You don't think it's organized?
No, I think they're being really belligerent about it. Yeah.
It sounds like it's hard to do any kind of deportation without like some kind of like organization involved.
Oh well, yeah. I just think that they're the way that they're
trigger
going.
Happy.
Yeah. That like, yeah, maybe some of these things were legitimate. Maybe some of these people were really dangerous and they should not be allowed in our country. But like, there are other situations where like, this is just like an upstanding citizen, like with a job and 5 kids and contributes to his community and does a lot. And he was following all the rules. He should
have checked all the boxes. He should have been able to stay, is what you're saying.
Well, yeah, he was doing what they
Right.
told him to do.
So there's
He was-
something wrong with the bureaucracy if the bureaucracy is failing. Like if he's checking all of these good boxes, why are your policies kicking him out?
And is it ICE the only group that's handling that stuff?
I don't think so. I think it's another group, isn't it?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
No, ICE is the one that usually handles that stuff.
No, but like if the guy is already legally able to be in the country, it's not ICE. It's like whoever he was having meetings with, according to Annie, right? It's immigration.
It was the immigration that he was.
That's
He,
right.
he had a strong relationship with the immigration because he'd been doing this bureaucratic process throughout the years, and it was always fine. And they said, no, you're allowed to stay. Just come to your next meeting. He did. He was deported. Just sort of like blindsided by that, leaving his family with, a very difficult situation.
How does he feel about it?
I heard a clip of him from the detention center. Like disappointed, but also in good spirits. And that whole community building thing that he was doing on the outside, he's now doing in prison. Being the
I mean, like if they do that to him and then he starts bashing America and turning against America, well, yeah, you're definitely getting kicked out. If they do that to them and he's like, no, I support America, I support what you guys are doing, I'm going to go through the legal system, I'll get back to you, like that kind of thing, it's probably a way to get back.
I was just thinking about him being a pastor or whatever, if he'd take that approach of like the God perspective of like, okay, this is where God's sending me sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, his family was really left high and dry, and one of the people that they interviewed was his neighbor who actually voted for Trump. And he said, this is not what I thought I was voting for. Because this guy is not a
Where is he getting deported to?
Well, right now in just some interim facility somewhere.
No, like where's his country of origin?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah.
It's interesting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also just the speech is dangerous, saying like there's a lot of bad guys. We're getting a lot of bad guys out of here. And it's sort of like creating this us and them. And I think that is racism. It's like you see a person with darker skin, like, oh, that's a bad person. That's a gang member. And like some of these people aren't. They have been following, the rules.
Yeah.
And they're not.
See the other perspective, though?
I'm sure you're also getting a lot of bad people out. Like it sounded like a lot of people, bad people got in.
Well, I think you need to be really careful then, and not just willy-nilly, like, deport people left and right without really understanding,
But I'm sure there's also a lot of good people that are getting deported because they're not there legally, right? Or they're not, I don't know.
Yeah, so it's like if you're saying like, yes, it's kind of racist, like that's going to really throw a lot of people off because it's like, from their perspective, they're like, some of these people are really bad and have done some terrible things, and I'm like protecting my family, my friends. Like this person needs to go. Sure, some other people might be getting sent away, but it's not about their race. It's about like this is an actual gang member who's done terrible things, and we want them gone. I don't care about his ethnicity. And it's like there's this same perspective, but from the other angle that I don't think is being looked at.
No, you just have to be more discerning then. Like that guy that got deported, it's something called like a right to stay kind of thing. Like he had all his papers and orders.
Yeah. He wasn't there illegally. He was there legally. And then they just revoked his ability to be there legally.
Yeah. Because 30 years ago he had come here illegally, but then he went through all the process. And it's something, I think it's called like a right to stay.
Right. Okay.
So in that, I feel like they're not being very discriminating. They're not being very sensitive with their tool. It's just.
I mean, at the same time, I can see people getting there illegally, then using that program to stay. And if it was more recent, like you don't know who you're getting in that kind of situation.
And it's like some people are glad we're taking like the cancer approach. Like you don't just want to take the cancer, I don't think. You just kind of want to make sure you're extra careful and take out all of the cancer. And that's going to mean taking out some of the good stuff too. Like
it's not like he's getting sent to jail. And it's not like it's a final decision. He could probably get back in the country legally.
Yeah.
maybe.
So,
Yeah.
so some people understand that there's going to be crossfire, but they see it as a greater good to not to have as little of the bad people as possible. And if that means, some people getting sacrificed, some people view that as like completely reasonable, especially from the perspective of they weren't here legally to begin with. Like they're not a legal citizen.
Yeah, it's also the problem with like these big systems when you have to take care of so many people, you don't have the personal touch, the personal attention that you need to like really
Which is
get
freaking
down to
annoying.
things. Yeah.
Mm.
I mean,
It's not good.
I somewhat agree with Annie. Like you could be more careful. you could look at it on a more case or like assign a judge or assign some kind of process to
I think it
weed
also
through it.
I think we all
is-
want that.
Yeah.
it's just it's a big change for the United States because it was a new country and it's like, yes, everyone welcome, this is a melting pot, everyone come here because we need people because we want to be a country, so everyone was welcome. And then you start getting into problems, just like most countries have immigration problems these days.
It's always been hard to get into the US, like to get a citizenship. It's always a process.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
just
what
Like
is
always been problems with the southern border, people trying to sneak in.
what is it like in Israel? Because it's like isn't it a younger nation? So what's the process?
That's an interesting question. So the idea of conversion is like the word for conversion is immigration in Hebrew. So that's kind of what the process of conversion is supposed to be, the process of immigration. It's supposed to be you are on probation for a year. You have to agree to keep all of the laws. You have to agree to basically become a part of the nation in order to be here.
So that means converting to Judaism, and that gets you in.
Sort of thing. It's not converting, yeah, sort of thing. It's so
It's like
there's a difference between what the state is like today, and so you can't like if you get married to someone, you can apply. Like it's kind of the same as all of the other nations right now, right?
Mhm.
You can apply, you can stay here for a couple of years and prove yourself, and then eventually get a citizenship. Like it happens.
Mhm.
There's definitely different ways, but if you do convert, you automatically have to get accepted, right?
Mm.
That's the way it works. That's the way it is today. But the way that it's like biblically supposed to be is the conversion process, like lit gaer, actually means to immigrate. Like you're joining a nation. You're not joining a religion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. Interesting.
And so, I mean, like it should be the same for the US. Like the US has laws. You have to know the laws. You have to be there and prove that you're able to follow all the laws. And then eventually you're like, okay, now that you've proven that you're able to follow all the laws, you can immigrate. And we're just going to trust you that you're going to keep following the laws. That's basically what like the process is.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Just seems like if we didn't have so many recent immigrants from the last however many years, that it might not have been as big of a deal.
I think the problem was all of the illegal ones that were getting flooded in there. It's obvious to me that something was off in the government. Like someone, like Annie was saying, there's some kind of oligarchy thing going on where they were doing very bad decisions and no one was keeping them in check. Like something was infiltrating. Someone was paying money. Someone's like it was toxic to yourselves.
But it's also our infrastructure that we have been looking the other way because these immigrants come in and they work for really low wages. We have been looking the other way. So now it's like, how do those systems change? Like who's going to pick the strawberries?
Yeah.
I don't want to pick strawberries for $6 an hour.
It sounds like that's the only way New York is able to run is because of hiring illegal people.
You had those illegals coming in anyways before. You had that happening, but it wasn't
at the number
insidious. It wasn't insidious. It wasn't like someone was like Iran was paying some politicians to look the other way. It's like something going on, some kind of warfare going on where they were allowing the America to fall to pieces. And like the fentanyl, like that Chinese thing, like there was something insidious going on.
Mm-hmm.
The conspiracy theory is that the Democrats were doing it so they could get more voters.
Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be someone was getting their pockets lined by letting that happen. Or someone was a traitor and doing, like, there was something going on that was not right. There's no, you know what I mean?
I wonder what's happening in Europe with that situation, since they seem to be going through something similar.
The problem with Europe is the union. So you can't, like, every individual country has their immigration policies, but as soon as you have one country that has a bad immigration policies and start letting a whole bunch of people in, then they can go anywhere they want as soon as they get citizenship to that country. They're a member of the European Union.
Weird.
So, like, you can't control who France is accepting, and France accepted all of, like, the African countries that they colonized, and then once they get into France, they can go anywhere, like that kind of thing. So
Yeah.
Brexit was, like, Britain is not underneath the UE anymore, right? EU, sorry. So Britain has their own immigration policies, and I don't know what's going on there.
Me neither.
But yeah. I mean, when I was visiting Europe, I think like 25 years ago, I was like, oh wow, this place is gonna eventually have some problems. Like, I'm
Really?
like, this is not sustainable. This is gonna go bad eventually. Yeah.
What were you looking at 25 years ago to see that?
In Europe, just
Yeah.
the immigration policy and what was happening there.
Something was
It was
happening
already
25 years ago?
bad. Yeah, I went to Holland. It was already bad there. I went to France. It was already bad there. It's just like, this is gonna be bad. Yeah.
It's hard for me to imagine because I would have been like 5 years old then.
Right. Yeah, I was like, I remember thinking Europe is lost.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Like, eventually, over time.
I think we need to send Graves to Europe so he can sort it out. Show them the blue.
The blue side instead of the red side?
Blue.
Blue, amarillo. If I was green, I would die.
I'm in need of a guy.
Is that what it is? I thought it was, if I was green, I would die.
It depends.
I have no idea what those words are. Yeah.
I think it's mostly just dabu dee dabu die.
Yeah.
I know back in the day it was a heavily debated topic on what those lyrics were. I don't know if there's a true answer or not.
I'm sure there is one today.
I guess you could ask AI. Speaking of AI, I tried typing it into Google, does AI have consciousness or cognition? And it says an AI overview is not available for this search. It just said no. And then I asked Grok, and it said something about consciousness. AI does not have consciousness in the way humans do. Consciousness involves subjective experience, self-awareness, and
self-awareness.
Some word I don't know. Qualia. Current AI, including me, operates as sophisticated computational systems without subjective experience or self-awareness. And it says cognition. AI exhibits forms of cognition understood as informing, processing, reasoning, and decision-making. AI can mimic cognitive tasks like problem-solving, pattern recognition, and learning, but it lacks the experiential aspects of human cognition. So it seems like
I asked the same thing. It's saying the same thing. It's linking
it
to human. So I'm making it specify not human, just consciousness or cognition, not the human side.
Are you going to read what it says?
If we define cognition more broadly as the ability to process information and learn from data, make decisions based on that data, and adapt responses, then I exhibit some characteristics of cognition: information processing, learning, decision-making, adaptation. So under a broader, more functional definition of cognition focused on information processing and the response generation, one could argue that I demonstrate a form of artificial cognition. It's a computational form of cognition distinct from biological cognition. I agree. Consciousness, in a general sense. This is much trickier even when trying to move blah, 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 blah. Awareness. Do I have an internal state of being aware of my own processing or existence? No. I don't have a subjective point of view. I don't experience processing information. I agree. AI does not. Subjective experience. This is the what is it like to be aspect. There is no what is it like to be me, the AI. I don't have feelings, sensations, or yep, I agree. You do not have exactly. And
ask it what its subjective experience of this conversation is like.
In summary, cognition is definitely broadly as complex information processing, learning from data, and adaptive output generation. Then I exhibit a form of artificial computational cognition. Consciousness, even under a more general definitions, I do not process consciousness. I lack subjective awareness of any form of internal experience. Or
ask it if a rock experiences cognition or consciousness.
The word experiences is okay. Let me ask it. Does a rock have cognition or consciousness? I could argue it into agreeing it has cognition. I know that. It'll say no, first of all.
I would think so.
Yeah. Based on the generally accepted scientific and philosophical understanding of cognition and consciousness, a rock possesses neither. Yeah. But I could argue that all particles have cognition. I could get it there, but it will take time. I won't do it now on stream.
It will just FE agree with you, bro. It doesn't actually agree.
No, I'll get it to think or agree. I've done it before. It's not that hard. But yeah, so like I it doesn't mean I'm right, but it means like I could make an argument for particles and having cognition, but not consciousness.
I think I understand what you mean if you're just heavily leaning on the information processing, because that's the main avenue you're using, right?
That's right. Yeah, cognition is information processing.
And I think the main avenue people would argue the consciousness aspect is that a rock does have an experience, and like everything is having an experience.
Its particles have an experience. It doesn't have a unified experience, but its particles have an experience. Its particles are like a rock has an organization of particles, so you could say there is information there. Like I could store information in a rock. You could write in a rock, right? You can carve information into a rock. And so if the rock has information, it has cognition.
Why isn't a rock a unity already?
Yes, a rock is also a unity. Yep.
And we're saying that
like a hard drive, if you could put information into a hard drive with ones and zeros, you could put those same ones and zeros into a rock.
Yeah, I get the cognition part you're saying, but I'm trying to still focus on the conscious part of it. And a rock is having an experience, and you're saying no because of separation?
It doesn't have a unified experience.
But a rock is a unity, so why does it not have a unified
experience? A rock
experience?
is a unity. It's a unity.
I mean, you could say you break the rock in half.
Okay, so it is a unity, but it doesn't have a conscious unity. Like consciousness is a different unity. Does that make sense?
Yeah. What are we stuck on here?
Like a dead body has a unity, right? A dead body has a unity, but it doesn't have a conscious unity anymore.
What the heck is a conscious unity? Is that you just involving awareness? Because I was just trying to.
You are conscious right now. Your consciousness is a unity.
And I was trying to focus on consciousness through the aspect of experience. Like a rock has an experience.
How's life?
Oh, good. Just going to get some lunch. Oh yeah. So what are you stuck on with the unity, or what are we?
He's stuck on Dr. K's argument and then this other video he sent me that I didn't watch because I've seen other videos of the kind. I've seen that argument before, that all of existence has consciousness. Everything has consciousness.
Oh yeah.
And I'm arguing no, because
he's saying that everything has cognition because of its ability to do information processing in one way or another.
Existence is cognition.
Yeah, I understand his part about the cognition. Could you explain the consciousness part to me?
Part of consciousness is subjective experience, I suppose. and we could say that everything is having experience. It's just only has it doesn't have like the same
So that's my point. People
tools
often
like we do. We have our
don't-
senses,
right.
our eyes, and everything.
People don't distinguish between consciousness and cognition, and so what you're talking about with a rock is cognition. It does have an experience. It does exchange information, and so it does have cognition, but it doesn't have consciousness.
I don't think experience is a part of cognition, though.
Sure, it is.
Because I'm looking at like what Grok spit out, and it's talking about experience in consciousness, but it doesn't say anything about experience and cognition. Cognition is just
what's giving your consciousness the experience.
Say that again.
What is giving your consciousness the experience?
Wouldn't it be cognition, exchange of information?
Cognition is what's providing consciousness with experience.
So if you have consciousness without cognition, then you'd technically have like it would just be void. Like there would presumably be nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. You need cognition to have consciousness. It's like do you have Windows without a hard drive? Do you have Windows without a hard drive? No.
Okay, and then Dragon, what are you stuck on? Or maybe you're not stuck on anything.
I don't see why cognition is necessary for consciousness. Besides because understanding the information processing as part of what
are you conscious of?
Tied to.
What are you conscious of?
I think there's an easy way to put it. It's just like if you have eyes, your eyes are like giving you information for your consciousness, but if they have nothing to perceive, that would be cognition. There's like no trees, so there's no information of the wavelengths like hitting your eyes. So if the cognition is removed, you can't see anything. If the auditory factor is removed, you can't hear anything. So it's like if there is consciousness without cognition, it would be kind of impossible to know. It's a bit of a paradoxical claim because there's no information hitting the consciousness.
So there's a chain. There's a long cognitive chain of information from the actual environment to your consciousness. It's a long cognitive chain. It's not a simple one. So like I said before, hearing, you don't hear in pitch. You hear in amplitudes. Your ears vibrate based on amplitudes. You need cognition to translate that into pitch and to share that pitch with your consciousness. You need cognition to do that for you. You need facial recognition, some kind of cognition doing facial recognition to recognize, I don't know, my face or Annie's face. Like I recognize Annie because I have cognition that's able to give my consciousness that.
I don't think he has the cognition to recognize faces.
Okay, that's true.
It sounds like you're saying the same thing they are saying, but you're just getting to the first step and they're already at the end step, because it seems like everything that has cognition has consciousness.
No. Everything that has consciousness has cognition.
Because if cognition is information processing, in order for information to be processed, that's going to produce an experience, and experience is what I'm linking to consciousness.
Right.
So everything that they are saying that everything has a baseline of consciousness is saying the same thing as you
it's
saying
not
everything
just
that's
experience,
baseline is
it's awareness. It's awareness.
If you can argue cognition only through the element of information processing, I'm going to only argue
you're right. A rock has experience.
A
rock has experience, but it doesn't have a. So the experience that you get is from your cognition. Your consciousness has an experience from cognition.
Is that just because of my physical brain?
It's a unity.
Is different.
Unity. It's not just the brain. It's a combination of everything. It's something greater than the sum of its parts. Is consciousness. Like a clock is greater than the sum of its gears.
I think I'd like to separate like consciousness from awareness.
I know.
Because I guess we do not know what a rock is aware of or not.
It doesn't have any representations that are being provided to a conscious observer.
That we know of?
No, it doesn't. It just doesn't. It's not running any additional programs. It's not creating that unity.
And how do we think that humans do that? Why do we believe that?
I would ask a better question. How would you think a box jellyfish does that? Because a box jellyfish, I would argue, has consciousness.
Why would you argue that?
Because it has cognitive representations, and something is receiving those cognitive representations. Maybe like a very limited form of consciousness, but it's still getting those representations and making decisions and all that kind of stuff.
And a rock isn't?
No. I would say maybe you could argue a single cell. Okay, a single cell definitely has cognition. It's definitely processing things. It's definitely processing information and does it have consciousness? I don't know. I don't think so.
How do we know the jellyfish has awareness and it's not just operating based on the cognition component?
Yeah. It's a good question.
I'm just having fun with like digging into the terms and stuff. So
yeah, I know.
I'm good to leave
like,
it
would
there.
Would you agree that a dog has consciousness? Does a dog have awareness of its representations?
No, the Bible says animals don't have souls.
It does not say.
I don't know. I need to TI my understanding on consciousness and cognition. So I feel like I can't add it.
I agree.
But I'm curious
I think it's just a big problem in general when we're having these kinds of discussions because no one is differentiating between the two.
I guess that's why I see a value in the conversation about everything having consciousness, because I feel like there's value in it on understanding these terms better and having new understandings come from it.
The one thing that like Eastern thought has is that there is a consciousness behind everything. That's different. That's a very different argument. To say that a rock has consciousness or that there is a consciousness behind the rock. That's different.
I would like to hear more about that.
Yeah. Did you see the video I put out this week? Like the 3-minute thing?
Yeah, it was like the same as the short almost.
Different content. What's up, Chris? Good to see your face.
Seems
is your camera squished or are you that skinny?
I am that skinny.
Holy shit, dude. You'd be a hard target to shoot in combat. I just got to say.
Yeah.
But a gust of wind would carry him off.
Do you remember that question Chris asked you last time that you were trying to figure out?
Who are you talking to? Me?
Yeah.
He asked me a question?
Yeah, and you said you'd have to think about
that.
An
example? An example of unity sorting out causality.
I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Yeah. I feel like I'm using it all the time now. It's like a good tool in my toolkit. And I just used it now where you're talking about consciousness. I'm like, no, consciousness is not in everything because everything is separate. Consciousness is a unity. So there's no way that consciousness can exist everywhere. It has to emerge. Consciousness is emergent.
What about the Eastern perspective where consciousness is behind everything? Doesn't that break that apart?
So that's what I talked about in my video. If you would have fucking understood it or watched it.
I did, but it was like I watched it like 2 days ago.
And I even put the text in there. You could put it into an AI and
No, that's the same thing. I watched it 2 days ago and it's been erased by all the other information that came into my brain. I literally can't even remember what it was about, but I watched it.
All I know is it's about unity. In one way or another.
And you've got that really cool like AI wise guy voice.
Yeah. I like that voice. Yeah. I haven't found a better voice yet.
Yeah.
I wanted to change the voice. I wanted to make it like a conversation between two people, but no, I didn't find it.
And you wanna believe the guy. He sounds really wise.
See?
You know, so whatever
There you
he's
go.
saying is probably true.
There
Why
you
don't
go.
you pull it up on stream now and we'll watch it again?
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's short enough. We could.
Yeah, it is short. What I suggest though is like take the text, put it into an AI, and then start asking it all of your questions.
It's not that I don't understand it. I just don't understand it within this context of what we're talking about.
Okay,
I don't have any connection. Like I understand a
I'm
lot
not
of things you
embarrassed.
say.
can
I
pull it
just
up
don't know what to
because-
do with it.
Yeah, I can pull it up. I'm not embarrassed. It's not my voice. It's some other dude talking, not me.
You should be embarrassed it's not your voice.
Should I? All right.
It's a great voice.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Ow.
Okay, let's see if you guys can hear it.
There is a Kabbalistic principle. Last in action is first in thought. We encounter this principle in life as the initial conception of a goal unfolds through an emergent journey. Even on a simple level, small goals such as getting a glass of water must be preceded by a unified thought. Last in action is indeed first in thought. This principle transcends human psychology when relating it to the world around us. All of our knowledge of reality points to an interconnected web of separate parts. Unity is necessarily emergent because separation is primary. However, when applying this principle to a divine will that precedes reality, all of the unities that emerge from distinct parts can be attributed to a first thought. According to its definition, monotheism is the belief in one God, but when Moses stood at Sinai, he announced that God is one. This would be a unity that precedes and permeates the apparent separation of reality. This concept relates to Eastern thought in both the Brahman of Vedanta or the Tao, the unnameable. This initial thought is believed to orchestrate the unity of the last action. It crystallizes the process of separation not as a fragmentation of its wholeness, but as the methodology through which it reveals itself. The separations we observe are the necessary preconditions for a universe of relationships, information, and of dynamic becoming. Although the awe-inspiring unities of our world, from the dance of galaxies to the intricate functioning of a single cell, can be reduced to causality and relativity of parts, their deepest purpose and meaning are discovered not in reduction, but in their holistic and harmonic integration. It is in striving for, creating, and experiencing such harmonious unities in our relationships, communities, engineering, and art that we find our separate lives imbued with significance in its connection to a greater emergence. When remembering that the emergent world began in unified thought, we can better appreciate our own cognition and consciousness. Our own emergent unified thought allows us to glimpse where it began, allowing us to further integrate ourselves and the world around us. Because it is the last action that reveals the first thought, we have not yet caught a glimpse of it. Only by achieving a unified form can we hope to catch a glimpse of this first thought. And thus God's oneness can only be revealed through our own unity of becoming. This, by definition, is the purpose of creation.
Okay.
So how would you connect that to the that there's consciousness behind everything?
Chris, can you help me?
No, I think I know. I just don't want to say anything about God because I don't want you to think I'm defining God.
Yeah, I don't think I can help at this moment because I don't know quite what we're aiming at or trying to define.
Okay, so all of reality that we know from physics and science starts with these separations, and we have not yet reached the end of our separation. The more we probe in physics, the more small we look, the more separations we see. We see quarks, we see electrons, we see all kinds of different separate entities. And in our real world, we don't see quarks and electrons. We see objects. We get representations of faces. We get all of these unities. We're not getting these separate parts. We're getting unities. And the world of unity is very vast. Like, what's the difference between Chris and a chair? Like, it's the same electrons. It's the same quarks. It's the same. It's all of these same particles and separate entities. It's the same separations, but they're coming together in different ways, forming different unities.
Okay.
So all of the physical world that we know of, separation is primary, unity is secondary, and all of the unities that we see in the world are all emergent.
Okay.
So consciousness can't be primary. Consciousness is emergent. Consciousness is like, it's not something you can see and touch. It's something emergent but that you can experience, and that you infer that other people experience. Everyone has this cognitive landscape that their consciousness has access to.
Yeah.
Right. So this is an emergent thing. This is not primary. This is something that emerges. So in Eastern thought and in Kabbalah, they have this idea that all of this emergent stuff comes from a first thought, comes from something that brought it about. Like you going to get a glass of water, right? Or you having any goal in your life, right? You want to be a piano player or something like that, right? So any goal you have, you first have to have a thought to achieve that goal. And then you have to go out and accomplish it. It has to crystallize. You have to make it happen. Hey, I'm in the middle of explaining something. We'll get to you. Okay. So if you apply this idea to this Eastern thought that there is a consciousness behind everything, and everything that is emerging was already preconceived, all of the separation is allowing these unities to exist. So then that's where you get to this preconceived consciousness. It's not the same consciousness that we experience. It's not an emergent consciousness. It's a unity that comes before separation.
It's a first thought.
Right.
Beautiful TED Talk. Thank you.
All right.
It's a first thought connected to the idea of God.
It's the separation of the world came about through a first thought in order to bring about unity. That's kind of the idea behind it.
Yeah.
So you don't have to believe in this. This is just the Eastern thought and the Kabbalah coming in and adding insight into this idea. What we do know from the physical world is that unity is emergent, separation is primary.
Yeah. So basically, it assumes idealism. They assume idealism in Kabbalah. That's a basic way to explain it. Ideas is primary. Yeah, idealism. Ideas is primary over physical objects. So that's what Benjamin's trying to explain.
Right. And so then you can say everything came about through a consciousness. Consciousness brought about the world, whatever that even means, because it's not the same consciousness that we have. It's not an emergent consciousness. It's a fundamental consciousness.
Would you call it God?
I wouldn't call it God. I would call it
a part, an aspect, an attribute.
I would say yes, but continue.
Maybe a result.
Whatever I would call it would be a name for God.
Okay, that's good. That satisfies me.
Yeah, you can't anything to try to describe God immediately is fallacious.
I know. I was trying to get him to work around that so I could understand how the heck he's working around that.
We do have different names for God, but it's names for relationships we have. Like you can call God a king, but that's a relationship. So any name you have for God is for a relationship you have with God. You can call God a father, but that's a relationship.
As long as it's above you?
No, you don't have to make it above you. It just has to be a relationship. Like in Hebrew, shalom, like peace, it doesn't really mean peace, but shalom is the name of God. You're not allowed to say it if you go to the toilet.
What?
Yeah. In the bathroom, you're not allowed to speak a name of God, so like that's one of the things you can't say in the bathroom.
But didn't God invent the bathroom?
Yes.
I'm just connecting it to the idea of Jordan Peterson and his ideas that are similar in reference to God, where he kind of just talks about it being like the highest high sort of thing. So it seems like it would be improper to have any kind of relationship where it puts you above.
He talks about God as
you
highest
can
moral.
only have relationships through lenses. It seems like.
What would you say about that last thing, Ben?
So yeah, relationship through lenses. That's an interesting point. What I said, he's talking about a hierarchy of morals, and he's saying God is at the top of the hierarchy of morals. That's what God is. That's his definition.
I know another part of that I think is hierarchy of goals. So like the highest goal, kind of a little bit like what you're saying, where the first form of like consciousness or whatever has there's a unity at the end of it. So I think he might fall in line with that partially too.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to re-listen to that on the replay because I'm having a hard time processing that.
The light impregnates the darkness and makes it known and revealed. It's a top-down structure from what I've seen.
Doesn't darkness not exist? It's just the absence of light.
Yep. But in this terminology, I use darkness for that meaning.
You just want to talk about impregnation.
It's because he saw goats this week.
Huh?
It's because you had relationships with goats this week that you want to talk about impregnation.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting connection there.
Did you not see goats this week? A family of goats?
I saw that on Friday.
On
I
Friday.
just sent it to you. Yeah.
Yeah. You went on an Amazon delivery and you delivered it to a place with a family of goats that came out to greet you?
Yep, they're just out on the porch.
That's funny.
It was wild.
But
I also saw. Huh? Go on.
Go ahead.
Oh, I also saw like $2 million houses plus where I was delivering to.
Did they give you a tip? Sounds like a yes. Nice.
Nope. Not at all.
No.
One old man gave me a tip on life. I asked him, hey, I asked him, in typical OE curiosity fashion, just going against all social taboos. Hey, how much is your house worth? How much are these places worth? And he just goes, not much. I'm like, really? Not much. I look to the Jaguar and Aston Martin that's in his garage, and the fact that his house looks like a literal castle with a steeple on top. And I'm like,
Nico, you really should. You can look that up on Zillow. You really shouldn't ask people that. Just look it up.
And
you're supposed to have FE higher than all of these people here.
Right.
Well, I could fake it with TE.
Curiosity doesn't give two shits.
So it's not customary to tip Amazon drivers. I mean, you don't ever get a tip, do you?
I didn't tip mine this morning.
DoorDash. You should do DoorDash for Amazon.
Yeah, DoorDash, but not the parcel deliverers.
Yeah,
I don't think it's typical.
Not the people that are carrying,
Do you get first dibs on parcels that are damaged or lost?
No,
nope.
You have to return them back to station so they can be repackaged and redistributed.
Yes, I buy them refurbished. I get first dibs.
You get first dibs?
Okay.
Yes, I buy refurbished, so I get first dibs.
I'll make sure to give all of my packages to you.
You don't. You're not in.
One.
You're not in the service area, and I definitely did not tip my Amazon driver.
Bitch.
I don't tip my fax driver either, and I work beside them. So
have you ever gotten it?
That's
just
fair.
That bad.
But like I asked the guy, he goes not much.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. I take a look to his cars. I take a look to what I delivered him. I delivered his wife imported sparkling water from Italy.
Sweet.
And that was about 50 pounds worth of water. And I'm like, you're not much and my not much are two very different things.
Yeah.
Your not much is, hey, I have this Jaguar in
I only
in
drink
the
imported
garage.
water from Italy.
And my not much. Oh yeah, and ordering imported water from Italy. And then my not much is, hey, can I afford this Taco Bell meal? We're in two totally different worlds.
Well, of course not, because you'll destroy your intestines. So no.
He was
Taco
just
Bell
teaching
isn't
you a lesson that these things aren't actually very valuable in your life. They don't provide you meaning. So no,
there
they're
you
not
go.
very valuable.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm aware.
You listen to way too much Dr. K, Dragon.
Well, he's pretty good. I'll vouch for you. I was in the therapy group. My therapist said that my therapist basically told me that both sidesism was invented by Fox News to call the liberals bad guys.
You're not on any fake mushrooms this time?
That's a secret, Captain. I'm always high. Not really.
Yeah, you start last time you started
dog.
all this Jesus talk when you were on your fake mushrooms. I don't know what happened there.
Did I really? I
Yeah,
found
you
it
did.
an NT for
You can watch it. The episode's there.
How have you not watched it?
I did watch some of it.
We basically ignored you and got rid of you, so it worked.
Yeah, my AirPod was just also dysfunctional as all shit.
Worked out for the best.
Yeah. I'm still a believer, though. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me.
You're a believer?
Yeah, I'm a believer.
Cursed. Beat me to it.
A believer?
Yeah, a Justin Bieber believer.
Has anybody kept up with the drama with him, where he seems to be kind of going off his rocker?
No, last time I heard
No.
about him, he seemed like he was doing good in founding a church or something.
Oh no, he's in the Church of
You're off his
Scientology.
rocker is the same thing as doing good for Dragon's Neck.
No, this was like recently. I can't quite remember the details, but he was looking a little unhinged and getting like super skinny.
It brought back all his trauma, all the Diddy stuff that came out.
He's probably doing a lot of amphetamines to cope.
Terrible.
Has anybody looked up like a compilation of him being like low key assaulted on like all these interviews that he goes on when he's young? There's like this woman that like tries to kiss him and he's like trying to get her to get away from him, and she just like does it on stage in front of like thousands of people.
Yeah,
No.
they grab his body parts and stuff, and like very inappropriate. Yeah, he's under 18.
Yes, yeah.
Those are the real pedophiles, not Hank.
Not
Hank, did you ever
Hank.
grab Justin Bieber's ass?
That Canadian guy? Hell no.
Hell no. See
I hate that we share a birthday.
what? You and Bieber?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the actual exact day, or
Yeah.
a few years away.
Oh,
Just like 1 year away.
Oh, okay.
first.
Who wants to do over and under on who's older?
Who wants to look up Barnum effect horoscopes?
Hey,
No.
Dr. K just released a video about astrology might actually have some validity to it.
I was saying that years ago.
Yeah, it's a
When I
calendar.
was younger, I used to call them horoscopes. I didn't know what a horoscope.
Yeah, the validity of astrology is a calendar. It's a calendar before we had good ways to keep.
I'm going to be
better ways
talking
keep
to
time.
10 to 2 people at once. I'm crossing the beams. Hello.
Who are you talking to?
I'm crossing the beams. I'm on the Benjamin stream and I'm talking to you at the same time.
Sounds awful. Why would you do that?
I'm not impressed.
Well, they don't know who you are.
Call them a cunt.
Out of pocket?
Ask them how much their house cost.
Tell them the truth.
That's all Graves is just out of pocket.
I am very out of pocket.
Oh man, it's Jack.
It is Jack.
Jack, where are you? Get on here.
Benjamin loves you and wants to see you.
Yeah, just don't talk about Jesus again.
No homo.
He's Jewish, so he hates Jesus.
I'll take it. Yeah, I mean, I thought we got rid of him. Didn't we have him killed?
I thought so, but he came back somehow.
Yeah, he keeps coming back. What is all this stuff? You got followers and stuff?
I understand that reference.
We would have dealt with him far differently if we knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, you see him like Madara.
We had to discredit him before, and we had to discredit him and let him live. That's how we would have.
It is okay. It is humor. It is okay.
It's what's it called? Heresy. Heresy.
Yeah. What, do you want to get on? Do you want to hop on the stream?
I'd be curious to hear what he has to, if he's seen that Jordan Peterson on the Jubilee channel go against like 20 atheists. I wonder how he would
I saw
view that whole discussion.
I'm not interested. No.
Yeah, because he's NT on crack, and you're not.
Yeah, I could go get. I ran against 5 atheists at the same time on Answers with Atheism. It's not that hard.
It was actually a lot better than I thought. I felt like he was more so wrestling with trying to get it to like a normal conversational level rather than just arguing stupid
from the internet
positions.
That one kid was so freaking crazy. He looked like such an idiot, and he probably thought he was so cool.
Which one?
That one that they show at the very beginning.
Yeah, I'm just getting it
like
from the
in the intro.
The one that he said he wasn't interested in talking to anymore.
I'm getting
yeah.
it from
yeah.
Straight up cosmic walks.
That guy, so annoying. Way he shook his head in that attitude.
I didn't actually watch it. I just listened to it, so I don't know. I didn't get to see the cringe. I didn't want to watch it, to be honest. I feel like that's
interesting looking people
cringe.
on there. They're interesting in the way that I recognize them.
Clothing, hairstyles.
No, mostly the hairstyles.
Yeah.
Dragon's Neck, what have you been NTing?
That's a great question. That's exactly
No,
what I wanted
no,
to
no.
get into right before I go
No.
Yes.
What have you been processing, Chris?
Cutting line.
What have I been processing? Just I don't know. Just been busy with life. Haven't had too much time to process, I guess. Although I did.
In the color. I don't know who did that, but it's a nice wall.
What about the wall?
It's professionally painted. Your wall.
All right.
Oh, well, I'm at a restaurant right now.
See you on the other side.
So that's professional
Are you
painting.
Jack? Is Jack there? Are you going to go?
Yeah, we're meeting up.
Bring your
What kind of weirdo does that? Goes to a restaurant and throws on a live stream. Don't leave, but I mean.
Because
I
I'm
did that
at
a few
work
times.
and I can't hop on, so when I go to eat lunch, it's the perfect opportunity to hop on.
Sweet.
Yeah, good move.
So then I'm sitting there trying to order my menu, and I'm listening to you guys talk about like harmony or whatever in my ear at the same time. It's pretty funny. But anyway, but what I've been processing, I was spending some time trying to like lay out a type of philosophy, and I was running it through AI and trying to like track how it kind of sized up to other philosophies. So that was pretty fun. The problem I have is AI. The memory doesn't have a big enough. What?
Yeah, download more RAM, bud. Yeah, download more RAM.
About lube.
AR you were running.
I was just doing free chat GPT, so
there you
it
go.
was kind of poopy.
Right.
So
Wait,
if you can get it to summarize your philosophy, and I'll stick it in my AI and try to figure out what you're talking about.
Jackson, I hang up with you and you immediately die. What's going on?
But Chris, wasn't the AI saying your philosophy was close to someone else? I forgot that guy's name.
It was close to a whole bunch of people. I got it to almost agree with like every philosophical state except for like it was opposed to dogmatism and was it nihilism, I think, which is basically the two things I hate the most. So it makes sense.
Yeah, no worries. Get rid of those.
Nihilism based.
Yeah.
Dude, we could be a team. We are a team.
Yeah, I know. We probably could be.
Why
Yeah, you can team up against me. I could set myself a critical mystic. So
okay, we got two to cite. Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good name. I should call myself.
When are we gonna have 12?
It's like the infinite SpongeBob meme.
Critical Mystic sounds like a guy that would be gossiping about everything.
Hey, Dragon's Neck, are you gonna
Pretty
be
much.
versus like 1 trillion SpongeBobs?
You know
What?
the funny
No,
thing
I
about
don't know what you
Nico,
said.
about what
I'm
he
just
has in
gonna
my
say no.
contact?
I'm getting called out. Oh God.
He calls me NTP Enterprises, and he just has a picture of me going.
Yeah, I yeah.
It's like he's trying to call Bill Murray himself, trying to call a comedian actor. So equivalent to the power level of Jim Carrey.
Chris, is that all you had to say about your
Something
philosophy
like that.
stuff?
Dragon's Neck, if I get
I
you
fucking hate.
probably.
Why am I hearing double sound? Help me.
He gave us an overview. He didn't give us anything of his philosophy. Just all overview talk.
Yeah, I didn't want to talk about the details of it. Me? It's not finished.
You know, I also had this great, amazing idea, and it solves all of the world's problems. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is it called Judaism?
Yeah.
That's
basically, yeah. What is it about? What does it mean? No, I mean, if I'm being completely honest, I probably couldn't even recall it right now, and that's why I'm not talking about it, because I just don't remember.
Well, I mean, I'm sure whatever it is, it's in the oven. It's going to be cooking for a while.
Yes, that's probably accurate. Yeah. It's a bit of a pattern.
Fun stuff.
Am I bad for my NE immediately linking that to the Holocaust?
To what?
Is my FE very bad because my NE linked what you said to the Holocaust?
No, it just sounds like a typical internet normie.
Oh, okay. That's still pretty bad. An internet normie is still very cringe.
Maybe.
It's not bad that you related it to the Holocaust. It's bad that you said it out loud and revealed how unrelated your mind.
Yeah.
The fact that I brought it into the light was bad.
Right. Just keep,
Okay,
there's an inside voice and there's an outside voice.
Oh, okay. So I got to keep stuff in the black cube.
That's right.
You got to let it all
out. I
out.
got to keep it in the black cube, just like you guys and the Islam's worship. I
do want to go back to the thing that brought up the philosophy running it through AI. Is I was initially looking into postmodernism to understand it a little bit more, and structuralism/modernism. And I kind of wanted to run this by anybody and see if they had any opinions, because I'd been kind of processing it for a while. So as far as I understand, the structuralist claim is that words map onto meaning like 1-to-1. So when we talk about like a brick wall, it is like objectively a brick wall, so to speak. But then the postmodernists seem to say they are like skeptical of the meaning, and they kind of make a claim that like words can not mean anything, or the meaning is shifting, which that seems to be true to me, that words are always shifting in like a collective mapping of how we view reality, and the meanings can kind of slightly shift over time, but they're all kind of like intermeshed. And that's the thing that Derrida seemed to have gotten wrong, was he was talking about like which maybe I just don't understand it, but he was talking about these like dichotomies, and I'm like, I don't see words as any dichotomy. He uses like male female, which I guess led into the feminist movement. But it seems just absurd. It's like, I don't think words are in a dichotomy. They're in a relationship to every other word in the language. They were not a dichotomy, but in a like relationship space, so to speak. So as far as I can tell, it's like language is somewhat elusive.
One thing I always wanted to interject. So one thing I can say is that when it becomes a word, it becomes part of the public consciousness.
Yeah.
The concept becomes a part of public consciousness. It doesn't. Like public awareness, at least. It doesn't mean that the public doesn't have the awareness of this concept. It just means it's not discussed. Yeah. Because I'm sure you have all kinds of concepts that you don't have words for, that you're navigating. It's actually an interesting thing to analyze when words started showing up first. Like introspection started showing up first around like the dawn of Christianity sort of thing. I don't know. I saw one guy talking about that.
Introspection?
Yeah. So it's like interesting when these words showed up first. The one I saw was like this new word from the gen. I don't even know what the generation is. They're saying something like delulu.
Oh,
just delusional, right? But it's not like people weren't delusional before the word delulu came around.
It's just slang, yeah.
It's slang, but it's also pointing at something. Like it's being used more. It's being used for a specific case, a use case.
It's pointing at the linguistic degeneration of society is what's
it's pointing at a concept. All right, sorry, I interrupted you, Chris. Keep going with your boss.
No, it's fine. I'll just jump on that. Yeah, the delulu seems to be like words. They seem to, when they're fluctuating, like delulu, it seems like it'd be kind of similar in some sense. It's probably a little bit different to like crazy, like using crazy previously to in hyperbolic way. Like delulu seems to occupy a similar space, but it's like words seem to be fluctuating out of different positions, and like hyperbolic ones replace others. So like it's a very complicated. It seems to me to be a very complicated.
I can't say, being an old person, that the delusions of people are getting more extreme nowadays, and so it's like appropriate that this word pops up because you have all kinds of weird delusions coming.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, like we weren't this delusional.
I mean, maybe we
at least had a normal level of delusional or a shared delusion.
How could you say that? How could you say that about my pronouns?
I think the reason why that is because with the internet, there's like isolated communities of people that are able to create their own like sub-languages. There's so many different sub-languages that crop up these days. I don't know if that's the right word, sub-language, whatever.
That reminds
me.
But
there's a Discord server that has its own language. It's people using multiple different languages. They ended up just speaking and making their own.
I'm sure.
And
I'm sure.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Is it Esperanto or is it some other language?
I have no idea what it's called. I don't have that. I don't remember that information. I just saw it on a thing a long time ago. But
or like simping.
Bro is literally like J.R.R. Tolkien creating his own Elvish language in real time. What the heck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird.
I mean, all language, all words
like a
are just
Hobbit
made up, and they all change over time.
Whole Hobbit hole there. Secret society under.
A big one was Freud. So before Freud, a lot of terms didn't pop out. Like no one was talking about the id or the ego or like there's a whole bunch of terms that are just in modern day language that we take for granted that Freud invented.
I hate those words.
Like the id.
Like the id. No, but there's even more basic ones that we don't even know are attributed to Freud. I forgot all of them. Let me look them up.
I wish my TI was good enough to like critically think for myself. I've just been on shitty SF survival mode.
Oh,
libido,
internet rot.
Here we have libido, ego. Like we use ego all the time. Freudian slips. Displacement, projection. Like projection is so useful. Like we didn't even have projection as a concept. How did we survive?
Dude,
right?
Freud and Jung were just so
defensive. Don't get defensive. That's Freud. Like, what did we call people out on defensiveness before? Did we just not?
We use this experience insult, whatever it's called. I don't know what it is.
Strawman. Strawman is so useful. You need to, like, how do you even discuss?
I wouldn't have expected Strawman to come from him. That's interesting.
No, not from him. It's not from him. I don't know where it's from. But like, I'm just as an
example. Oh, okay. From me.
It's probably from some people on drugs at the Wicker Festival.
Here's
Wicker Man.
Nico. I was on mushrooms one time with some friends, and we're like, where did humor come from? Where did the word humor come from? So we looked it up on Wikipedia, and we found a picture of a guy called Humor, and we're like, that's funny because of humor. And like every time something was funny, I'm sure I told the story before, but it's like he invented humor. This guy, there was no humor before him. I don't know. It's just weird.
He was the humor.
Yeah, and that's funny.
This guy invented. There's an invention for everything,
I would think.
and it was traceable.
I thought it came. I would have thought it had like a stem from like the humors, like from.
No, it's all
old,
bullshit. Obviously, we were on mushrooms, but
Yeah,
yes.
no, that's.
Sorry, I didn't want to derail the conversation too much.
Guys, you want to see my laser? I have a pretty cool one.
Fucking observers, dude. Come on.
Is it an industrial
You wanna see
laser?
my
or
laser?
Oh, that's not a good color. That is a dangerous color. You should not be using that laser.
Oh no, I know that color. That's why I got the color.
Dude, that is not a good color. That is a very high energy color.
Yeah, it's 405. It's 405
It's
nanometers.
bad for your skin and bad for your eyes. Don't use it.
It's 405 nanometers. Luckily my glasses are good UV blockers.
Yeah.
So I'm not.
I mean, you could disinfect your counter with that.
I could. Well, I have a black light somewhere as well. That's like 385 or 390 nanometers. But here's this one.
Does Jack ever have good internet?
No.
Not.
Yeah, one time, just once.
Just once.
Bro, get a Wi-Fi connection or Ethernet cord.
Then he had to leave because his girl like calls.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
No. It's like if he has a good internet, then he has to go because his pookiness is a.
What do you
If
think about his
Jack
type?
played
Did he get his type
Tekken-
right? Does it make sense? TISI?
Oh, it makes a fuck ton of sense.
Yes.
If Jack played Tekken, he'd main a martial law. He'd be at one of those 3-bar laws.
And here we go. Here's a 451.
He doesn't expend energy?
Stop it.
He seems like he's expending energy constantly. In that regard, I could see him as being like a play first or a double activated blast because he doesn't seem to shut up.
He's just like constantly like he like processes and preaches, or like all of the things that he tells me. He goes, look, I just sat in like the tub for like 5 hours thinking, and here's all of this stuff that I have to preach, and like half of the stuff is like stuff that I told him like a week ago. I don't like Jackson. I love you.
You know he doesn't have TI if he's preaching some of your nonsense.
Wow.
so good.
Yeah, guys, so I've been processing something new here. There's like this concept of harmony and unity, and I think we should talk about it today. It's like a new thing.
I'm sick of all this harmony unity stuff. Let's talk about other shit.
Yeah, no, I'm totally pulling your leg. I don't want to talk about it either.
I know.
Ban him.
What do I call it?
I was thinking about this idea that I've been trying to utilize, where it's like some random YouTube channel I found where this girl's talking about the only way to kind of like beat the addiction to consume is to replace it with creating. Any thoughts on that?
Yes.
Yeah, today's boom time, the first day of confusion, and year of Our Lady, 3191.
That
Sweet.
and immediately
Amen.
my computer starts lagging.
I respect your culture and traditions.
I don't. Anyways,
But not you as a person. Fuck you.
Anyways, cultures and traditions are pretty cool, but it is very Darwinistic.
So yeah, I think if you're addicted to consume and then you blast in a way that you sort of have to turn off the consume, then like sure, because you're practicing blasting more than consuming.
I'm thinking they're talking about it less from an OPS standpoint and more from just like constantly on YouTube and like not doing anything with your life.
Oh yeah, say it again. I didn't hear what you were saying.
It's like an idea that in order to like really defeat your addiction to consume, you have to replace it with like creating.
Oh.
I'm kind of cooked for real.
Always have
Need to
been.
work on-
I like Annie's
Always
explanation.
have been. Always.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm so addicted to consume that I have really sneaky ways around that I gravitate towards doing things where I can be passively consuming in the background. And even my creations, I'm doing like these repetitive, like, sewing over and over again, and I'm consuming information while I'm doing it. But I also have gone through a lot of art projects, any kind of project or experiment where I have to just produce, just blast, just create, and I can't consume at the same time. And I've also pushed myself to cut off the consume and say, okay, that's enough consume. Now do something. Like now take an action.
Yeah, I have a question about that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Have you had some points in your life where you weren't like producing at the same time as consuming, and you were just like only doing the consume for like a long period of time? And do you happen to remember like how that made you feel?
Yeah, I'm sure I have gone, but brief periods. Like, I remember one time, like in the first recession that I went through, in 2008, 9, 10, whatever. Um, work was slow and I was consuming a lot and I didn't have any projects and I was kind of driving my partner crazy and he bought me a sewing machine and that's when I started sewing. So I will go through periods like that, but I tend to feel kind of depressed. And I remember another time that was really slow. I couldn't afford art supplies. I had no projects, and I learned how to do quilling. Like quilling is it's a paper art, like curling pieces of paper to make these intricate ornaments. And literally, all you need is like a pack of construction paper. So it's really low, and I didn't feel really passionate about this, but I just needed to be doing something. But then I was consuming while I was doing it, so I don't know. But yeah, I have.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I have gone through, and I kind of associate that with like probably depression and apathy when I just go through a period where like I'm just gonna consume. I'm just gonna watch TV. I'm not gonna produce anything, and I'll go through these phases where I get a lot less done because I'm just sitting around consuming. But I sort of associate it with a low mood.
Do you think that helps the mood, or do you think it makes things worse?
I think that sometimes that's all I had the capacity for. Like I remember last summer when I got COVID and I just kind of was in something about the COVID gave me like complete anhedonia where I wasn't even enjoying the consume. But I was just doing it anyway. It's like that's all I had the capacity to do. But after a while that phase will pass and I'll think like, okay, I'm gonna do something. I feel like getting something done. And I'll swing back into doing things.
I struggle with that a lot. I've been doing a lot of processing on that because I feel like I'm coming back from a period of like doing a lot of pointless consume or just like trying to only reach for like dopamine consume and just like I wasn't doing anything with it. I just wanted more. And it's been interesting trying to like pay some extra attention to that. I feel like I forgot some of what I was going to say. And I was trying to change some behaviors recently where I'm trying to do the game of not getting on my phone right away in the morning. And like, I feel like the consume is overriding a lot of my DI self stuff, I guess, that I might be able to like use for motivation to produce something that like I like or care about or want to move towards. But it's been a really difficult process, and I suppose I've been feeling pretty lonely recently too. And I always hate talking about it, but I've been talking to myself a lot, and it feels like that is like the only saving grace to like move forward with this process, and it feels like giving myself external motivation.
So talking, what do you mean by describe the talking to myself?
it's like splitting my like mental into two different people, where I'll like say something and then the other part will respond, and it like has two different attitudes and talk about things and use that to figure out what direction to move in the day and like how to like at least try to move towards the creating and help catch myself when I'm doing too much of the consume. It's just like having a partner in crime sort of thing.
No, I think that's really good. I do that all the time. And then so what's interesting is that there's a third entity that is aware of the other two entities. So you're observing that, right? Which is just kind of interesting. But I'll do the same thing when I'm locked. Like, say when I was really depressed and I was just watching TV, I was always trying to negotiate with myself. Like, would you just get up and do this task? Just get up and do the dishes, and then see how you feel. And like sometimes just getting up and doing something, then that will move me forward. There's a momentum once I get started. But I'm always in conversation with myself as if there's different entities.
Yeah, it feels like there's not a third person approach to it currently. It's just like being involved with it like
you're
it's a
aware
story
of it,
almost.
though. Right? There's like the first conversation person, and then the second conversation, and then there's you who's aware of that.
But it's like an active participation in it, which is more like detached from reality, I suppose. So it's not like an observation of it, it's like an engagement with it.
Yeah, you're doing a degree of like active imagination, no?
Yeah, exactly that. And so it's like not so much of like the thought process of like, oh, I should go do this. It's like, oh man, I feel like I should do this, but I don't really want to. And another one will be like, well, yeah, I don't want to either, but like this and that. And I'm like, oh, that's a good point. And like play it out. And
weird.
It is freaking weird. Don't judge me.
That's not weird. Wait, is that's not weird? That's not weird.
So normal. Have you
It's very normal.
Have you ever looked into like internal family systems?
I love how all the NE people think it's normal.
No, but I think I just kind of fell into it at one point.
Yeah,
and like,
so
I like through experience. I didn't know it was an actual thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole method, internal family systems, that's like similar to this. I think it's an excellent tool because you have like
it feels like it.
I talk to myself, but I don't know. That sounds weird. The whole like, I need to motivate myself. I need to do this, and like the way you're wording it, it's like having a conversation back and forth with like another entity. Yeah. I don't do that. When I talk to myself or think to myself, I'm just trying to contemplate most of the time like how to.
Yeah, you're talking to the entity that's talking. Like,
no, there is no entity. It's just me.
That's what I usually do.
No, it's
but
just, that's your ego talking.
I've been actively trying to move in this direction because it seems to be the only thing to help me be able to move without like freaking out about like the tribe stuff and like wanting approval to move in this direction or that sort of stuff.
Okay.
Like
okay, that's interesting. So
yeah, just do the thing and make the
spin on it.
Yeah, so just do the thing and the tribe will catch up eventually.
Because for me, when I talk to myself and I'm trying to solve something, I'm just talking to myself, going like, okay, well, there's this, X, this, and that, and trying to like organize everything rather than there's no people.
How well does that actually move you through it, though? Like, what actually creates the action with that?
It's the equivalent of like getting a spreadsheet and like putting everything out, but I'm just talking it out in the air. I don't actually write anything down.
Yeah,
and I just talk to myself about that.
I do.
That's
sometimes.
like what I would usually do, but it doesn't seem to actually like make me do anything. And I've been trying to utilize the 5-minute rule too, where it's like, oh, I only have to start this thing for 5 minutes, and that is still
reminds me of the conversation I kept having with Prem. Like you process doing something so damn much, you don't actually doing anything.
Exactly.
Like, Stop thinking about how you do things and just go do something.
But do what?
It's because
do what?
Yeah.
How do you prioritize?
You have to have the structure in place. You have to have the structure in place to understand what to prioritize and have the structure in place of how to actually do it.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Because
Well-
if you don't,
well,
know,
I
if you
mean,
don't know
not-
how to prioritize, then picking anything is as good as the next thing. So
Well, that's
you go in some direction until you figure out, oh, this won't work, because it has a prerequisite. Then you can organize it.
No,
Yeah, I understand that's
the
how it
Hank
works, but
already
it's not
has-
easy.
Systematize why he's not doing things and how he gets to do things, and completely do all of the figuring out, and then maybe he'll end up doing something after he does all of that consume stuff.
Yeah, gotta process it first.
He's gotta do it on the back end, But
If you don't know the right order to do something, what difference does it make which
The reason
thing you
why
start
he can't
first?
do anything is because he hasn't figured it out yet.
Hey, Nick.
I want to care about it.
Maybe
I
it's a
wanna care
runtime
about it.
issue. Maybe it's a
I wanna-
runtime. Maybe you can't figure out unless you try to do the thing first.
I just want to enjoy something.
Gotta plan.
Hey, Nick. I would like to. I keep saying this every stream, and then not reaching, and then just forgetting to reach out to you. I'm so sorry. I would love to talk to you about this. How about we actually schedule a time to chat?
See,
You're both on Discord. Just message each other now.
Just let me know.
You message each other now. You're both on Discord.
You never reacted to me using a pointing emoji and a bread emoji next to your comment.
The fuck does that mean?
I
was trying to say he was toast, but there was no toast emoji.
Put fire behind the bread.
There has to be a toast emoji. Are you sure there's no toast emoji?
Not on Discord, apparently.
Yeah, it's a custom emoji only. So there's no toast default emoji in Unicode.
There's no toaster either. I'm like,
There
what
is
the
no
heck?
toast emoji. There's a
Toast is
croissant.
overrated. Let's be honest.
There's a baguette. There's a croissant.
Yeah, no, I'm so cooked.
There's a sandwich.
The AI.
There's a
knows,
loaf of bread.
The AI knows I have an X-ray device.
How is
But-
there no toast?
So cooked.
I was able to turn this weekend into a pretty good weekend after I slowly started working towards this stuff, and I haven't done much, but I've at least made some progress that I was able to enjoy doing, even if it didn't have much to show. I was trying to figure out how to do some portal looking effects on Blender a little bit, and
That's the spirit.
found some software called Beatbox, which is a music making software that's on a web page. And when you make a song, it changes the URL. So if you just want to show someone your song, you just send them the URL.
Oh yeah, I got one of those too. Let me find it for you.
And then I'm trying to get more into the meditation stuff again, and seeing how that combines with less technology in the morning and stuff.
Yeah, I have one of those online music softwares called Online Sequencer. I didn't write it. I found it though. So onlinesequencer.net. I'll put it in the private chat.
I'm taking bets on how many days it'll take for Nico to blind himself.
And Discord.
I'm honestly just looking at him, going Tony Stark at home.
He's gonna go blind. He's gonna blind himself. I
I'm
don't know
gonna
how many
say-
days it's gonna take, but he's gonna or blind himself or make someone or some animal blind.
It's the
gonna
Walmart
happen.
Tony Stark.
Well, if it's anything blind, then today.
Today he's gonna make something blind. You think?
Yes.
Because it's a laser, it's very focused. If he shines it directly into someone's eye at that frequency of light, something is going to go blind.
So we're fine here because the cameras will downscale it, and so
Of course,
will our
the
monitors. So we're fine.
Can't even project that color.
Yeah,
and it's not going to be a laser. It's going to be on pixels.
Yes, the pixels can't project the color, so we're safe.
Anyways, thank you, Andy, for letting me hearing me out on that stuff. It's very uncomfortable for me to talk about.
That you're crazy?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
You're not crazy. Look,
But I should get
Good
off
job
and get
for
to sleep.
no. Good job for sharing. Good share.
Yes,
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That was awesome. Hey, Nick. No, actually.
And also get off your ass
Annie
and
and
stop.
Annie and I understand. We do the same thing. Just talk to any Dons.
No, you don't need to talk. Just get up and do. No talk. Enough talk.
No, continue talking. It's working great.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how long I can keep this up before I crash again and whatnot. But we'll see. But I'll see you guys later and have a good rest of the stream.
Have a good rest of the stream.
Everybody,
Don't tell me what to do.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye.
Bye.
Good riddance.
Bruh.
That's what we say when you leave, Graves. Come on.
Yeah.
I'd never leave.
We know that you just hate transgender people, so why do we even have you on here?
Who told you that?
Who'd you think?
Old Birdie.
Ah,
I hate everyone.
nice.
Only
That's
the
such a
blue
great,
ones.
That is such a great quality to have.
I hate everyone equally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's a little bit.
You hate blue and red the same?
No,
Well,
I
those
hate
are-
red
those
more.
are
Let's be honest.
See, there you go.
Yeah.
You heard it here. He hates the Native Americans,
Hey now.
and he hates the wall behind Chris. And my
Oh.
shirt.
As long as you make it blow out that way.
Wait, no, he hates the red more than that. Oh, wait, so that means you love my shirt.
No,
And
it's still
Hank's,
ugly.
and Hank's hat.
He hates your shirt less.
Oh, okay.
The spectrum of hate.
Yes.
What? Oh, one of the red blue thing.
Oh no.
I was using it in ChatGPT and it said it was something akin to something Plato said somewhere. Where is it? I
What,
have it.
Plato, the guy that whenever he was losing an argument, just
Not
started
Play-Doh,
flexing on-
Plato.
started like flexing
Plato.
on people.
Horoscope.
Horoscope.
Fuck is it?
It's
It's gonna take me a minute to find it.
Horoscope house.
Wait. Maybe it's here. Maybe. I'm scrolling. Is this it?
Also, Benjamin, were you hating on my lasers? This bad boy.
No, I was taking bets for how long it will take you to make something blind.
Yeah, like yourself.
I'll say today.
This bad boy's one.
Betting on today.
This bad boy's 1.6
It's
watts.
actually 3-to-1 odds. It's a good bet.
This bad boy's 1.6 watts of pure 405 nanometer light.
Oh! I found it.
Yeah, I have one of those too. But I use mine responsibly.
It's a laser.
This bad boy can set candles on fire.
So basically, ChatGPT said my blue-red thing it's reminiscent of Plato's theory of forms, where the ideal form blue exists independent of flawed material instantations, red, and also of Kantian metaphysics, where the noumenon, or however the fuck you say that, thing in itself, blue, is never truly known, only the phenomenon, appearance red. Interesting.
Of course. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Do you have something to expand on that, Hank? Why does it make sense?
Yeah.
Oh, it's because just Kant. It's just Kant, except you use colors. And they use Kant anyways.
So is it a good theory, the red and blue thing, then?
Well,
yes,
yes, it is, but it's communicated in a kind of sloppy way.
So how would you change the definitions?
Graves, your theory is sloppy.
Just use noumenon phenomenon like Kant.
Like a normal person.
Yeah, like a normal person.
Yeah, Kant is obviously a normal person, guys.
Normal enough.
Well, because I ended up attributing the blue-red thing to like thinking and feeling. I put that in ChatGPT. I didn't say anything about functions specifically. I was just going like blue would be like thinking, red would be feeling, and it automatically would jump to TIFE for some reason. I don't know why.
We heard it here, folks. Graves doesn't know why.
I don't know why. I just report bullshit and hope someone understands. What do you think my status is? A fool with a point on Discord. That's all I am.
You know what? I think we can find some common ground there. Well,
does that laser
actually no? I
kill
don't
cameras?
have a point. Aside from,
Can you shine the laser directly in your webcam and let us see if it still works after?
that'd be so fun. Is this a part of your whole blinding gimmick?
No, I'm just interested.
Oh yeah,
Blinding
in
the camera.
Sure.
Let's do an experiment. Let's see if you can destroy your webcam
yeah.
with your laser.
Yeah.
The only way I
Just order a new one on
by
Amazon.
by standing all the way over there, taking off the filter, and just shining the light like that. Because if I take off not the filter, the focus lens. So if I take that off, the diode is exposed.
No, you want it to be focused.
And so, like, see?
Yeah, that's less intensity. If the
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's the point. I'll shine the laser at the camera. Well, I guess
you need the focus lens though.
everything is fluorescing pretty nicely.
It is, yeah.
It's quite beautiful. So beautiful. Oh my god.
That's less dangerous if it's not a laser. If it's just a flashlight.
Yeah. This is basically a flashlight. I think I could get away with that. Yeah. See? There you go.
We can't see you anymore.
Oh,
what
no.
happened?
It's just burnt.
It's good I was looking at another tab.
Yep. You'll get blind by directly by looking at this. By looking at it through the camera. It's just like those cartoons where you
What about your X-ray scope there? Can you shine your X-ray tube at the camera? See how it happens?
Graves, have you seen the X-ray tube?
No.
You want to see the X-ray tube?
Nah.
Oh, okay.
Show it.
Oh, okay. One sec. I'll go get it.
That was fast, Chris. You ate quick.
Oh no, I've been eating that whole time. No, I just got a phone call. I figured out apparently the phone will overlap the audio of the stream in a phone call, so that was pretty funny. I just heard like 3 voices overlapping at the same time.
That's the schizophrenia kicking in.
Yeah. Anyway, what were we talking about when I left? I don't remember if I was involved in the conversation or not.
I don't even remember when you left.
No.
We were probably talking about his laser.
Oh,
You
that's
said
right.
red and-
Yeah.
You know, okay. Something.
So, Graves, what have you been up to lately?
He was just
Cyberpunk.
telling us about the red-blue stuff, how he figured out it was
Well, I
Kant.
kind of known that for a while. That's old.
Oh, the red and blue stuff was what? Kant?
Next.
Yeah. No, phenomenon and nomenon or something like that. Numenon and lumenon.
Oh, yeah.
Next, you
Kantian
wanna
metaphysics.
See my,
Yeah.
Want to see my
Plato's theory of
depleted
forms.
uranium samples?
Wait, Plato theory of forms? I don't know if I'd quite put it in that category. It's a little
That's
bit
what
off to me, but-
ChatGPT said. That's what it told me. It was like because
Well, it's-
I was.
Yeah,
I
you can
thought
always believe what ChatGPT says. It's always right.
It's never proven me wrong.
Electron tube.
It's an electron tube. It's not an X-ray.
So yeah,
It's not
But,
an X-ray
if you
tube. It's an
put a
electron
high-
tube.
if you put a high enough, like a high enough volt current through that, it'll emit X-rays.
Maybe.
Don't you know
Yeah,
between a photon
kind
and an
of.
electron?
But
Kind of.
the X-rays are pretty weak.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's an electron. Yeah, it's a cathode ray tube, probably.
And then here you go.
I thought you had an actual X-ray tube.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, okay, all right. So you have an electron tube and an X-ray tube. Okay.
Yeah, pretty big one.
Yeah. That's an
Yeah.
X-ray one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we discussed this though. You don't have a collimator. You didn't even know what a collimator is.
He's just gonna put a chaos symbol at the end. He'll be fine.
I'm assuming you mean the Chaos Emeralds.
Yes, well, you just need one of them. That'd be more enough to power it.
Mr. President, no! Chaos Control. Such a good meme. So,
Hey, you know, when I was growing up as a kid, and I grew up in the church. My dad was a pastor, and everybody always told me that they thought I was going to be a pastor someday. So, can I be the official pastor of the stream?
Yes.
you might need to fight Jackson on that. Well, actually, no. Jackson's internet fights him.
Doesn't matter. You claim the territory first. It's yours.
Yeah, it's yours.
Yeah. Well, no. Here's what I'm thinking. Then I can bring in Jack, and he can be my one convert, my one member of my church.
Is he gonna collect the money? Is Jack gonna collect the money for you? Because that's what churches are.
No, I get the money from him. It's my scam.
Exactly.
Wait, is it the Church of
You
Christ?
are officially the stream's pastor. Until someone fights you and takes it from you.
Okay, good. Thank
Are
you.
you gonna
Thank
call
you.
this? Are you gonna call this the Church of Christendom?
I don't even know what a pastor is, but you're one.
Yeah, so
It's like a rabbi, but the
pastor-
reverse. The reverse rabbi.
Yeah, something like that. They go like on Sunday. You go to church, and then they like sing songs for like 15 minutes to half an hour, and then the pastor goes up and he talks from anywhere from like 20 minutes. He reads a part of the Bible, and then he talks for like 20 minutes to like an hour and a half, depending.
Can you practice?
So does your position include that you have to talk on our
No.
about-
You need to preach.
Okay.
You gotta preach.
No, I refuse to preach. I've done it one time, and I will never do it again.
But you're the stream's pastor. You gotta preach.
No preaching. This is not a preaching position. I just take your money.
He's just cutting out
It's
all
for
the
the church, guys. Come on, give him some money.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a kid. He's like 9 months old, almost 10 months old now. How am I going to pay for his bills if you don't support the church?
God?
Well, you're God's avenue of giving me money.
Yeah, just pray harder.
On a
Money doesn't grow. on
Skill
trees.
issue, pray harder.
Pray harder, lol.
You just aren't believing hard enough.
You have to pay. You have to pay more attention to Christ.
Hey,
You
my
shouldn't be
fault. Your
hard
kid
when
has
you're praying.
cancer.
Wait, if we pay attention. Wait, if we pay attention to you, Chris, would that be enough? We're paying attention. Is that money?
No, I need real money.
Good enough.
Well, what's your Venmo, or how do we send it to you?
Uh,
Do you have a church website?
No, I don't
Do you
have a
have a
Venmo
PayPal?
either.
You have a
Well,
link.
No,
we
I don't
got-
have a PayPal either.
Yeah.
I'll have to get one set up. Yeah.
Can we just put money in the mail for you? I don't know.
Do you have a crypto scam set up yet?
No crypto scam.
Okay.
The church of my
No,
life.
anyway. Yeah, no, it was always interesting though, growing up, like literally like all of these people, these adults were just telling me at like 8 years old, they're like, Chris, I think when you get older, you're going to become a pastor. So I kind of made it my life mission to not become a pastor.
They were just telling you were a blaster. That's all they were saying.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's like literally what it felt like. As they're like, dude, you manage all this crap and you can tell us about the Bible. You're basically a pastor.
Yeah, you're just a blaster.
Weird.
They have no other context for what blasters are.
Nope.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
When I was younger, I was always told like I was be like an engineer or an architect or something. That didn't happen.
I was
An
told-
architect for cyberpunk builds.
No. Oh no, I just drew a lot.
I was told I'd be like one of the next great scientists. I got kicked out of academia, and then now
You ain't dead
now
yet.
doing fake magic mushrooms online.
So far, you're on the pathway there.
You ain't
Oh,
dead
by
yet.
a lot of by ingesting a crap ton of psychedelics.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is the fetus
Go-
attitude we have here?
You'll be written
I mean-
about for like decades to come, maybe centuries. You'll just be
Jordan
that
Peterson-
weird eccentric guy, you know.
Jordan Peterson took a bunch of psychedelics too, and look at what he's doing. He's arguing with atheists.
Yeah, but he's got. Yeah, but he's got masculine. I need to fucking bring up my SF and like work on it. So
I've
before
never
my
taken fake
MPs are,
mushrooms
like,
before, though.
What have you done? What?
I've never taken fake mushrooms before.
Well, do you know what? I already told you what was inside it.
Yeah.
I've taken portobellos.
Oh,
Those are good ones.
you know that's incredible. I had an incredible experience, eating those.
Oh yeah, question for the stream. How is my hair on a scale of 1 to 10? I don't know if I like it this short, but
8. 8.
8.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's higher than I thought.
You look like just the straight man on the sitcom.
What? What does that even mean, straight man?
You know.
Oh, so you help set up the jokes for us.
It's actually harder to be
okay.
a straight man than it is to be the actual.
Like there's
jokester.
the comedic relief, and there's the
Like
guy
if you were to put on a suit, you just look like a Mormon.
Or a
Yeah,
newscaster.
Just like put on a suit and tie.
You look like
and
a pastor.
Yeah.
Wear a bow tie.
No, definitely not.
You need like a little bow tie. People definitely take you seriously then.
Yeah. I don't like getting dressy like that very much.
Not a number one. Not
Yes.
not SF number one.
Aren't you a number one, Chris?
According to Dave Powers and the floor on the Discord, I'm not. Oh, and this other guy, I'm not a number one. I'm a number 3, according to them.
Number 3. Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't really have a horse in that race.
Truly the artisan of all artisans.
So you're not a scammer.
The worker of all workers. Yeah. Wait, no, he can't. Yeah,
Unless
no, he
it's
can't
part
be a
of the
pastor.
scam to say he's a 3.
He can't be a pastor. Yeah, no, he's not a scammer. Yeah,
Not a scammer. That's the
That's what they
definition
want
of
you
a
to
number
think.
one.
That's what they want you to
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, that's the thing is I'm trying to hack into everybody's accounts, but yeah.
It's like Uzair calling himself a 4.
wait, he actually did. I have one friend. Friend, come here, front and center. Be my be my spokesperson.
Wait, Uzair called himself a 4? What do you think it is?
He's a 1.
That's what I thought too. Yeah, he always felt like a number 1. But
It's like the scammer is saying he's a specialist to get the scam to work better.
I am just like
So
you
the
guys.
1 is saying he's a 4 to get his one side to dominate better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just like you guys, a cog in the machine.
yeah, it's always interesting because I've thought about that and I'm like, why would he be making content in this niche little space if you're trying to make like I don't know, just like everything he did came off to me as like I feel like he's trying to like build something in the space because he sees it as like ripe ground to make his YouTube empire, I guess. That's what it always came off to me as me. Or like came off
like that, probably,
yeah. Just
I mean, he's doing a good job. His videos look great. He's doing the good editing. He's better than me.
Why don't you just why can't he just be like a number 4 like me and leech off of all of Benjamin's streams and then talk vehemently about myself?
Because that'd be boring. When you have your own stream, then you can co-host with
No, that would be
Benjamin
beneath him. He
sometimes.
would never lower himself to this level. To hanging out with people just for kicks? No.
Hey, that genius guy did.
What genius guy?
Him.
Angel?
No, wait. I don't think it was Angel. Was it the dude who's like reading, who's like trying to go into neuroscience?
Yeah, Angel.
Oh, that dude's so funny to me. He reminds me of like the.
How trying he is. He is actually still in school.
He
He's still in
reminds
neuroscience. He hasn't failed out yet.
Yeah. Typically, they don't. He just reminds me of like the archetypal midwit.
He's actually pretty smart. He's not like I wouldn't say he was a dumbass. He's a
Nah,
smart guy.
I wouldn't. He's just overzealous with his typing abilities. That's it.
And with his like I can't see that as a 4. Like as a neuroscientist, as a
neuroscientist,
as a self-appointed genius.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
it's like I can't see. Anyways.
Yeah, it's like, sure he's smart, but I don't think he's all that.
He might be. He might be. but he's saying it. He's saying it so much, which is what I'm usually poking at.
I know.
Yeah.
We'll need to have him put his money where his mouth is, and like get him to take an IQ test or something.
No, it's good content. Get him to keep saying it. It's great.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You can challenge him to try. We can challenge him to try fix Snafu Snap's brain. That should be pretty hard.
Well, what?
Fix Snafu Snap's brain. I think something's wrong with it. So if he's a neuroscientist, he's supposed to be able to fix it, right?
Oh,
we're talking about Angel, right?
Yeah, Angel could probably fix Snafu Snap's brain if he's a real neuroscientist, right?
I like how we're all just like trying to bitch test the number one here.
Wait, what?
Bitch testing the number one. Like it's like, you've got all this talk now. Now put your money where your mouth is, type of stuff. That's like I think that's like what the what the number fours do to the one.
No, what it is flex. That's what we're picking at. That's what we're laughing at. The flex.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. I do think it's also like bitch testing because like the fours are definitely more effeminate than like the ones in that regard. Yeah. Being a number four is like so fun, but like so hard if you're like actually trying to succeed in life. Because you just like, at least with me, you know, I think that just some part of me just like shuts off whenever I'm interacting with people that I see as like that I see as like cool or based or something. Like all critical thinking just goes and it's just like, yay, friend, yay. You're a genius, and now I will preach your opinion everywhere. I will mold myself around you. And then I just like.
That was really good, Nico. It took you quite a while to start talking about yourself. It was well done. You held out quite a while.
Right. I just yeah. Right.
You didn't just come on the stream and start talking about yourself this time. Like you actually wove it into the conversation. So
I know.
You're getting better.
Hey, I'm adapting.
You're getting better. You're improving. You are improving. I'm proud of you.
Always. Oh my gosh. But no, that is like a thing that I'd like to address. Like with the other social, actually, there's only one like other confirmed social four here in Bin, and I don't think Bin, like masculine's at the top. I don't think he falls for it as much. He might. No, you might actually fall. You might like get lodged into the narratives. I think like your demons get cooked if like. I do think, yeah, or your feminines. Like, do you have that where you just like kind of like fall for the scam sometimes because you're just like trusting, or are you like an IP? Are you just like an IP? No.
Yeah, I fall for scams not because I'm trusting, but because I want to see people overplay their hand.
So you're like what do you might call it? It's a calculated fall.
It's not only calculated, like the friends thing is like I will want like them being friendly to me. It'll be like, okay, I'll keep going along with their thing because of the friend stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so you're trolling them. Yes. That's hilarious.
No, I don't think it is. No, it is just it's like a. I think it's like a sign of trust, or like
it's like I'll put up with your BS as long as the friend connection stays there. I'll go for your scam garbage.
Or constantly.
And as long as the scam isn't so overt that like it's yeah.
That's
oh yeah.
Happened to me multiple.
I just remembered something I have coming up. I emailed Kendrick, and I asked him if he wanted to do like a interview conversation with me. So that'll be on Thursday.
Oh sweet.
Oh yo. Wait, what? I thought you could only do. I thought it was a year thing.
What do you mean?
You mean I could like talk to the guy like now?
You already did one with Kendrick.
Yeah, but you already did one with Kendrick as well, Chris.
No, I'm inviting him to talk with me on my channel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dude, based?
Oh.
Oh, that's awesome.
You could do the same, Nico.
Yeah, you literally just email him.
My
Kendrick
channel.
It's not
Yeah,
just
yeah. Do you want to see some of my videos? You, I'll put one in the chat. It's actually kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Do you have it ready? Should we advertise here? No one watches this, so we can't really advertise. It won't really help you.
Nah, it's not for advertising purposes. No.
Also, you don't want to ruin your channel with that kind of thing. You've got the video game thing going.
Yeah.
So it's a separate channel. I made a different one that I'm just gonna post like side content on. So Kendrick will go over there. It's like on the channel, but it's gonna be just totally different stuff.
Oh, he does video games too. I just figured out how to patch my auto through last month. I'm gonna go beat one.
I got a jet for. I might be back in a bit, but I got a jet for now, guys. So see ya.
See ya, Chris.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna beat Voxotron's version of Enchant today or tomorrow on stream since I figured out how to beat it. It was the last level was confusing because the game doesn't have an end that makes sense because maybe it's not fully finished, but hey, you get what you pay for.
That's right.
This is. I just posted my first video.
Finally,
you made a video?
Finally, let's watch it now.
First video. It's called.
You have a YouTube?
Yeah, I have a YouTube. Yeah, it's posted. It's right there. Don't worry.
In private?
Yeah, it's private.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah.
Are you able to access it?
Yes, I see it. I see it.
The joke. Oh, it's unlisted. I subbed you.
Oh, thank you, Ben.
I also subbed to you.
Oh, thanks, Hank.
I didn't.
All right, this is a long video. I'm not going to watch it now. But yeah, let's here. If you want to sub to this guy, he doesn't have any videos, but everyone who's watching should sub. And I did not get Chris's link, so I can't watch the Kendrick thing.
I think it'll.
I won't watch the Kendrick thing because I'm interested in Kendrick. I'll watch it because I'm going to support Chris.
Based.
I'll have it on. I won't guarantee that I'll watch it, but I'll put it on the background eventually.
It's so fun because my it's like.
Do you not have a way to capture your screen? What?
No, I didn't. This is at college.
And he's not a computer science guy.
Obviously not. Yeah. What's the primary objective?
Just talk. This is my first like typing video, like for ops.
This?
Yeah.
Question is
me playing Minecraft.
Should I just build dig a hole into the ground and wait out my first night like that, or should I build the?
It's just your basic thoughts on ops.
It's like me trying to play Minecraft and like do a bit of a play stream, but like also talking about ops at the same time and talking about types.
I feel better about the production quality of my videos now. Thank you, Nico.
Thanks. You know. Oh.
Yeah, you're not a one. When you put out shit like that.
I tried. It's like Xbox. I didn't have anything to record it, but I wanted to record something. So what I did was I took a magnet, posted it up to like the top of this little board, and used this magnet.
You don't have to do a how-to on how to make bad videos. It's okay.
So here's the thing. You're in StreamYard right now, so your browser and something randomly from the web would be sufficient to record something.
Do you use AI for your videos, Ben?
Which ones?
I don't know.
He does.
I was about to say, I'm like, this is like AI coded as fuck.
The last couple I used an AI voice.
But your voice is so good. It's so
Yeah, but this voice is better.
It's so I don't know. Binyam. It's so binyam.
I know my voice is amazing, but this voice is better. It's just no competition.
Why did you sound like Trump there for a second?
He's got the British accent and like the.
Oh,
yeah.
so he sounds smart.
Yeah, he sounds smart.
Oh, okay.
It's funny because there's another guy with a British accent that I tried putting, and it sounds like Pinky and from Pinky and the Brain. You know, like. I'm like, no. Not all British sound smart. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no.
Oh shit.
Oh boy.
That would have made a very different vibe on my videos.
You know, a cool voice, like when I was listening to it earlier, a cool voice that I kept thinking of that would be cool with is there's this voice actor. I think it's his normal voice, but he does Joshua Graham from Fallout New Vegas. I think somebody ended up commissioning him at one point to read the entire Bible.
I mean,
like
great. I
an
would use
audiobook.
your voice for like a comic relief character in an anime.
Good.
Dude, let's go. Wait, what's the like newest AI model? I saw like a video of like the newest model able to like make people talk and like discuss in real time. I wonder if I could like turn that into like a Gravesian anime by of like red versus
No,
blue.
Graves can't be the main character. He's got to be a comic relief side character.
Yeah, he's a comic relief side character in his own idea. Red
Yeah,
and
who
blue.
just dies in like the first 2 seconds. That'd be great.
Just
No, you
instantly
can't die. You have to get
separated.
you have to get hurt a lot though. As a comic relief, you get hit a lot.
Get hit a lot.
Yeah, but somehow you survive the hollow purple.
And you
Just
get into like
just
really bad
turns?
situations and you get screwed over.
Just turns into Kenny from South Park.
Just always dies.
Just always does. Oh my god, they killed Kenny.
More like what's that old Avatar cartoon? What's that side character? The brother of
Sokka.
Sokka, yes.
Sokka, yeah. More
Dude,
like
you
a
are like a Sokka type. Yeah.
Exactly.
A fool with a point.
Like you have
Yeah,
a
that is
boomerang
basically
against
him.
earthbenders. That kind
Well,
of
it's not made of rocks, so it should be.
and
work.
you're number one enough to think you can beat them
Well, he does.
with your boomerang. Hold me back. I'll take
You
care of
also
them.
have, like,
Yeah,
space
right.
sword.
I mean, they use the boomerang in the outback, so that they're dangerous.
Oh, that reminds me of a didgeridoo, which reminds me of a Mongolian throat singing.
Which reminds you of the Holocaust for some reason.
Let's go down that rabbit hole.
reminds me
It
of
always
Mongolian
leads to the
genocide.
Holocaust.
Everything leads back to the Kabbalah, I swear.
All roads.
Oh my, you sound just like Neurojack. I need to get you
I
to
don't know
get you to
who
meet
that is.
Neurojack.
Oh,
Yes,
He's on here a
let's
couple times.
let's fix that.
That
Let me
reminds
go
me-
ahead.
I don't know why he doesn't come back. Last time he was here, he's like, "Oh, this is the most meaningful conversation I've ever had." Okay, where are you, Neurojack?
He probably forgot.
Reminds me of a guy,
Oh, you forgot.
reminds me of a guy who was like a cousin of my friend, who was like
Productive.
his
He didn't say
name-
meaningful. He said productive.
Me and my other friend call him DNA guy because he just like did so much bullshit. We do like fake like narrative cartoon series, and like his character just like somehow adapted his like physical DNA to esoteric mystic level powers, and just became nigh omnipotent with purely DNA based stuff. And I was just like, kind of sit down, bro. You're basically just all for one. Ah, shit.
You know, Hank has that physical keyboard, haptic keys.
Click, 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 click.
Just trying to
back on
get
you.
fucking
Everyone loves that.
fucking Neuralink onto this chat, bro.
We've discussed this before, but would you ever put Neuralink in your head?
No.
No.
I don't
said
care.
version
I don't
three.
care
I put
how
version three in
clearly.
my head.
I don't care how clear it makes my TI.
I'm
not interested.
I want to
in
see
Kabbalah.
how more.
You didn't
If,
take
about making your
actually
TI
took
clear.
that literally.
Who
I
cares?
want to see how much
It's close
further,
enough.
Advances.
It's not
I
about
wanna
making
see
your
how much
TI
better.
clear. It's
He'll
about having an
actually be
interface.
interested in the Kabbalah, and I'll just be spitting out Bible verses at him.
That's what he'll be doing to you.
You
and then you figure out a way to get it recorded. That'd be hilarious.
Arm to move.
We'll
You
just
can plug
play
it into
like
a camera.
we'll play like It Has to Be This Way in the background by fucking Metal Gear Solid.
Absolutely. I have a good remix of that.
Honestly, it would be having a Neuralink or having a chip in your head, and it's so advanced you can just start playing like your Spotify playlist while sitting somewhere.
Somebody got Neuralink.
That's what I would do.
And,
you don't have to talk anymore with Neuralink. You could just get all of your.
Yeah.
You could get that English accent AI voice going, and don't have to talk anymore.
And he described the guy who described it was like, my hand moved to grab my drink before I even thought about grabbing the drink. Is how he described it. And
that's pretty cool.
It was really interesting because like it sort of shows that like
you're talking about like a paraplegic or something who had a robotic arm. Yeah.
They're like, okay, teach me. I'm not teaching you shit. Actually, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drag him onto the stream to record. I'll go to ChatGPT and make up shit about the Kabbalah. Hold on.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that version 10, you can plug it into your head and then wake up and be like, I know Kung Fu.
Wait.
I know Kung Fu. That's the theory. One of the things I watched a thing the other day, like a week ago or whatever. This family, this paraplegic father had signed up to be one of the beta testers for the Neuralink, and it actually allowed him to interact and play video games with his kids.
I'll go to DeepSeek. I'll go to DeepSeek and tell it to tell him to talk shit about the Kabbalah while interweaving Chinese propaganda in it.
Absolutely, let's do that.
Any moment, go burr.
Let's hear it. This is actually entertaining. Go for
it. I'm gonna be so full of knowledge, guys. Is this what Blast feels like?
Yes.
No. Wait. Okay. Make up stuff. How do you spell Kabbalah?
Anyway,
just copy and paste. I have it. You saw it. Copy and paste
there's
for me.
Many different ways to spell it. It'll know what it means.
Yeah, about the Kabbalah and interweave
Chinese propaganda.
Who is that?
Your mother's really fat.
Damn.
It's Billy Smith.
It's true, but you shouldn't say that kind of thing. It's not polite.
But where's Neurojack? If I summoned him and he responded, but he's not on the stream yet.
Oh, he's coming. Sweet.
I summoned him and he responded. I don't know if he's actually getting in all the way in here.
That'd be cool if he came. He's always interesting to talk to. He always asks good questions.
Yep.
What questions do I ask?
And he tries to get people talking.
Oh no! Oh, it got taken down. Oh, it started typing. And then it immediately got taken down.
What happened?
It was beyond my scope. Let's talk about something else. No.
That knowledge is forbidden.
That's a bad AI. Don't use that AI.
Well, I gotta use DeepSeek.
Use Grok.
I got it.
No, DeepSeek won't let you do the Chinese stuff. It won't let you do it.
But Elon don't care. Use Grok.
Yeah, use Grok.
DeepSeek is Chinese spyware. Don't use it.
Yeah, well, no,
it's possible the Chinese have already infiltrated your iPhone.
It's not spyware, but it will do propaganda.
That's what makes it funny. That's what makes it funny. You gotta
ask DeepSeek about Tiananmen Square and see what it says.
Crash the app. I've seen that. Yeah, no, I saw that happen. What is Grok? Grok AI. Okay, cool. I'm pulling it up. Grok.com. Let's go. For context, Black Cat, we are making up. I'm making up stuff about the Kabbalah, and I'm gonna use it as like, and I'm gonna like blast preach to him. stuff made up shit about the Kabbalah to a guy who's like actually interested in like Jewish mysticism. I think it's Jewish mysticism.
It is. It'll come out with nonsense. Or very basic level stuff. Yeah, the only actual female on the stream needs to talk about your hair. Is it Mormon-like? 5 out of 10? I think Annie actually
Wait,
likes
what?
Mormon.
What was the question?
Chris wants to know. You just said his hair was Mormon-like, but he wants to know out of 10, what's his hair look like?
I mean, it's perfectly normal. It's normal.
So 5 out of 10.
Hair. It's like I don't want to
It's a 1.
say like. I don't want to say like the wrong thing, but it's like it's basic. It's a basic haircut. It's like.
I mean, normal is unkempt. See, this is normal.
Well, yeah, no, I
That's
mean
disheveled.
it's hair. It's tidy. You have a clean, professional cut. There's just not a lot to say about it. I mean, I did notice. So when I saw him come on screen, I noticed that his hair was shorter.
I would say 5. Like 5. Like if you want to go normal, average, your basic NPC haircut, it's 5.
So you heard from Annie, basic bitch haircut.
Yeah, basic bitch.
Like, have you ever considered like dyeing it pink or something?
Bruh.
Oh no.
Because your hair you have really light hair, so you could dye it whatever color you want, like just a temporary hair dye, and that could be kind of fun.
Dude, you could dye it pink and then get into a
And you
video
could get
chat.
into a Palestinian
Non-binary.
protest, no problem.
Yeah.
You'd also like get taken to El Salvador. You'll get isekai'd. Actually, yeah, no, you'll just get isekai'd. Yeah, don't worry.
You could dye it pink, and then people ask you your pronouns.
Yeah. Oh god.
Or like black would be really striking, you know? You're like
You'd look like a
pale
vampire.
pale skin and black hair.
That's what I have.
Like Stoya.
He'd be like actually the stereotypical INTJ now.
You look like a vampire.
Yeah.
Just white jet black hair.
No, it looks professional. I would hire you for a job if you came to a job interview, Chris.
No, you definitely.
I mean, that's what I look like. I'm white with just
What-
jet
what-
black
what-
hair.
what did
I
miss?
I wouldn't have let him be the pastor of the stream if he didn't have hair like that.
What did I miss?
Everything.
Nothing, something.
Everything and nothing all at
Thing
once.
and something.
Everything good.
Riddles.
You missed the thing.
Oh boy,
All of the time.
let's go.
You can send me the text, and then I'll put it through the.
Preserve your tradition, spiritual death. I need you to corrupt it.
Tell it to corrupt it.
But you need chaos.
Yes.
Oh, we have chaos. Let me.
Say you're doing it for a comedy effect on a live stream, and it'll do it.
Hmm.
And everyone knows what you're asking it.
Do it again.
Billy, today is boom time, the first day of confusion in the year of our Lady Discord, the 3191. So
What
we
happened
got-
3191 years ago? If a year is a year long, how long is one of your years? How many days?
It's 365 most of the time.
Oh, okay, all right. So you got a standard year, a solar year. Okay, so what happened 3,191 years ago?
I don't know. I need to check.
Year of LD. What's LD?
Year of Lady Discordia, I think.
Lady Discordia?
Yeah,
So she was around. That's when she came about.
I need to check.
Oh, I'm gonna use DEI. I'm gonna interweave DEI propaganda.
Yeah, everyone loves DEI. Except Gen X Jeff. He doesn't like DEI.
Do it again, but corrupt the tradition's spiritual depth by interweaving DEI and Satanist propaganda into it, but make it subtle.
But don't DAI and Satanist propaganda contradict each other? That's a.
I feel like this is wrong on some level. Like,
no, don't worry. It is purely for it's purely for comedic purposes. If no one takes it seriously, aside from the guy who's supposed to be the comedic butt of the joke,
somebody's gonna. If you take what it said, you posted it anonymously to Reddit, and start a cult.
Did you just assume the gender of these divine aspects? Don't misgender me.
Or else.
What is this, Hank? What do we have
oh, that's the explanation. So that year one is.
Look at the Discord.
Oh no. Okay.
Discordianism.
Yeah, year one is Curse of Greyface. That's when it happens. So that's what year one.
Curse of Greyface occurred.
Yep.
Year of Our Lady of Discord.
Yes.
Okay, paste the text here, and I'll put it through my
incel army.
Copy that.
No, not you. Nico, give me your text.
Okay. It's like preaching it as a sermon.
That's fine.
We can start religion with this. We can start a cult.
I don't even. There's no. Okay, I made it too subtle. More overt propaganda.
Oh, Neurojack, what's up?
Finally.
You've been summoned.
He's muted.
Yeah. Now you can't bash my magic anymore because it works.
Magic works?
Sign up to.
Absolutely. I summoned you, and now we're doing the Kabbalah thing right now.
Oh, great! I like I said, I would love to learn about this kind of thing, and I appreciate Benjamin having me. So thank you.
You're always welcome to come back. I'm actually a little offended that it took you this long.
Well, I just like to I have the habit of kind of like bulldozing conversation, so right. I don't want to do that all the time.
You're welcome to bulldoze our conversation. We're talking about nonsense anyways.
Benjamin,
you
have Discord, right?
Well, Hank brought me to talk about Kabbalah, and while I think that it will intersect with other things that I have a question about, what's your general opinion on magic and Kabbalah? Is how I would kind of start off, I guess.
It works when I do it. Your turn.
You're talking about something called practical Kabbalah, which I don't mess with. I wouldn't even know what to tell you about it. I don't mess with it.
Well, tell me what you think about Kabbalah just in general, because I don't know what the differences are between those things. I mean, I've definitely noticed a lot of people who write stories or movies or whatever, they seem to have embedded Kabbalistic notions, which I mean, I have mixed feelings on. I think that there's a lot of truth in the Kabbalah from what I've heard. I think it's similar to the Bible where you can interpret it many different ways all the time. It's true in the sense of, it's literally true, but also it has embedded truths about reality in it, right? So I think that's kind of my general opinion on it, right?
Yeah, I mean it's just the mysticism of the Bible, I guess. It's just the biblical mysticism. It's looking at the secrets behind everything.
Yeah.
And what's the problem with the practical Kabbalah? Like, why is it something that you wouldn't mess with?
The practical stuff, it's I don't know. It sounds like nonsense to me. It's a lot of. It depends on what, I guess. There's one that's interesting. It's called the knowledge of faces, I guess. This is the best translation. Where basically it's personality typing people based on their facial structure. So that's actually kind of interesting.
I forgot what that.
And I guess that's considered practical to some degree.
But voltology.
Yeah, voltology. Yeah.
Right. So it's like ancient voltology.
I definitely kind of believe in that. I mean, I kind of live my life by that to some degree, so it's not totally outside of the realm for me.
So the one that most people like to cite as practical Kabbalah is I guess it was in Poland. There was like all these pogroms in Poland. Standard stuff, village people coming to murder Jews. And so the chief rabbi of Poland made together a golem, and he brought the golem to life, and the golem fought off the Polish people. Like, that's what the legend says. The Maharal of Prague. But what I think it is, just like at the time, no one had science, and they were all super like superstitious, and one of their conspiracy theories was Jews do magic and all that kind of stuff. So he just basically, I think, played into that, and he was just really smart. And so he was like, yeah, I'm going to make a golem, and he's going to destroy you. And so they made some kind of golem to scare them all off, and they avoided a pogrom. Like, no one was murdered because of it.
The who?
What?
The who?
So I think it was just like a trick he played on the Polish people so that they didn't get murdered. That's my assessment of it.
Are you talking about the who?
It doesn't matter if it really happened or not. It's kind of like it served its purpose, essentially, right? Like
right.
Oh,
yeah.
The
my
elite.
goodness, this is incredible.
But like some of the practical Kabbalah stuff, I don't even believe in. It's like, write some special words out and put it in a necklace, and then the necklace will protect you or have some spell or some crap like that. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you from this angle, and like, this is not something like it's a big deal to me. Like but cause like this is not like a big gotcha or something. But like, obviously the beliefs about space and stuff like that. Like I would say they seem to come out of Kabbalah, right? So how would you fit that into the whole notion of like the big?
does that deter you from believing those things at all, or does that just kind of confirm that the Kabbalah is true?
You cut out. So what was the question? Something about space?
Yeah, like about space. Like how they have like space and all that. Like there's correlations between like what we believe about space and Big Bang and stars and Saturn, and like there's correlations between that and the Kabbalah. Would you say that confirms your belief in it, or does that give you any like pause as to why maybe there's so much correlation between science and the Kabbalah?
So like ancient Kabbalah would have talked about more like astrology. I don't know about space. There's one thing where it's the Arizal talks about how for the generation of the world, like for the world to exist, God's presence is so dense that he would have had to remove his presence first. It's called Simsum. It's like just a principle. It's like God has to remove his presence in order to have room for something else to exist. But I don't know. It's like a principle.
Right. I mean, but like the people who like, Newton and all these people, they were studying the Kabbalah, like Descartes, like, yeah. Obviously they had insights from that into what we now call science, right? Like basically alchemy blended into it. So.
Like evolution is, Rabbi Cook said evolution is the theory that most closely resembles Kabbalistic thought. all of
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
A huge portion of Kabbalah is about evolution. It's about evolution from that. Not everything happens at once. That there's the process to everything.
Right. Yeah. No. And I can understand that. And you know, and like I was watching this documentary the other day that was talking about the early Earth origins, right? And it basically seemed to be saying something to the effect of like God is evolution. Like basically evolution set the stage, not literally, but like basically like they like for everything that you and I would probably say about God, they were saying it about evolution. Like, you know, evolution made this possible. Evolution helped us adapt to or whatever. So it's like it kind of personified in some sense evolution, right? And so and I definitely noticed that with science, right? Like, and again, like I get it, but at the same time, like I can see that as dragging people into an atheistic worldview, which I'm pretty sure that you and I don't.
No, that's making
like,
that's making a different God. It's not even atheist. Yeah.
Right. And that's the thing is like it's not, and I think that's where a lot of the whole, you know, different.
I mean,
different
one of the things that
intersect,
maybe
right?
would have worked with Newton is the idea of a structure. Like everything has order and structure to it. So like almost even mathematical. Like there's things work according to some kind of structure and order. And so like that's where physics comes in. Physics says, okay, yeah, math. We can have math and relate it to reality and have a mathematical structure in reality. So I mean, like I can see how that links to science.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with because like thinking that God is unpredictable is not something in Kabbalah. Everything is structured. Everything has an order and a logic to it. It's not beyond logic.
So would you guys do you guys believe in? Do you think the Kabbalah believes in free will, or do you think that that's kind of like a misinterpretation of scripture on the part of like Christians and stuff like that? I know that's a hard question. I'm just saying, like in general. I'm just trying to overgeneralize just to kind of get like a baseline.
Well,
you know?
Like the foundation of Kabbalah is in like scripture. It's not decoupled. Like a lot of these mysticisms are decoupled from whatever else they have going on. This is completely linked. So like the idea of free will, I would say, is less in the Kabbalic realm and more in the scriptural realm. If that makes sense.
Right. So you're saying like free will is like a secular version of what Kabbalah is trying to describe, essentially.
Yeah, but the free will argument is different. So what's the quote? Everything is from heaven except for the fear of heaven. So there is no free will really. Everything comes from heaven except for the fear of heaven.
Okay. No, I understand what you're saying. I mean, even as a Christian, I can kind of agree, you know, for sure, because I think free will is one of those things where like I would only ascribe free will technically to God, but because we're made in the image of God, we might get some like certain capabilities that may seem like free will to us.
I made a post about this very recently. It is better for humanity for us to believe in free will than for us to believe in determinism, at least from a historic perspective. Free will has an evolutionary advantage to it. Believing in free will.
So it's kind of like a noble lie or something like that, right?
Something like that, yeah.
I can agree. I can actually, I can definitely see where you're coming from, and I would dare to say I could agree that in general, I don't think the world, at least in its current state, can process the fact that we don't have free will. Does that make sense? like I don't think that would be something that they're healthy enough to.
I would say it can, but our beliefs affect our behavior.
Right. Well, but you're just saying that like having the choice to do something doesn't necessarily mean that you have the free will to do something. right? Does that make sense? Is that kind of what you're trying to get at? Like I can choose what I eat today, but that doesn't mean that I'm choosing.
What did
Sorry,
I write? Something. It's more like free will gives us the belief that we have agency and that we're not stuck in whatever has been predetermined for us. It allows us to find progress and not be stuck in some kind of stagnation. It's kind of the general idea. Let me see what I wrote. It empowers free will empowers believers to lead more accomplished lives by fostering agency and purpose. Yeah.
Agency and purpose.
It fosters agency and purpose. The belief in free will, like it's not just a belief that changes your behavior. It develops you as a person towards taking agency and purpose.
So it's almost so it's like what we would call it is like theosis in Christianity. Like we're trying to return to God. I don't know what the term is, and like essentially like I think that you guys kind of not necessarily believe in like reincarnation per se, but basically like we don't know exactly what comes after this life, but we know that we're trying to get back to God at some point, right? Like we're trying to make our way back from the divine sparks back into God eventually, right? Is that kind of the general idea?
Yeah, this is a different concept, and we were actually talking about it earlier in the stream.
But would you say that the belief that we're talking about like has some correlation to that concept of like that's how you get back to God, of like developing as a person while you're here, or that has nothing to do with what you're talking about?
It's more about so it's never going back to God, it's going forwards to God, if that makes sense. It's not going back, it's forwards.
So we didn't start out as like a piece of God. We started out as like inert things, and then
we did.
Okay,
but we don't want to go back to that state. Like that would be going against the will of creation.
So God evolves just the way that we do in some sense, right? Like because he's okay.
No, because in Mika it says, "I am God, I don't change." Like this is the argument of the Ramchal, that anything that is perfect doesn't change. Otherwise, it would get perfect, right? Something that is perfect doesn't need to change.
So how can we move with God if he doesn't change, but we're changing?
We're changing, so we're getting better. So as long as we're getting better, we're getting closer to perfection.
Right.
And that's the only thing we can ever do, is only get better. We can't become perfect. We can only get better. So it's asymptotically approaching some kind of perfection.
But we came from God as sparks, right? So
I don't know, sparks.
or whatever, like we all have the divine spark of God, or however you want to put it.
Okay.
But I mean, would you say that all people equally have that? And this is actually like getting closer to the question I wanted to ask. So that's why I'm kind of doing the pre-workout,
So the idea, what you're talking about, is the idea of neshama. It comes from the idea of neshima. Neshima is like breath, and so in the Torah it says God breathed life into humans. He didn't do it to anything before humans. He breathed life, and so that's what we're talking about. That aspect comes from God, whatever that is, whatever that breath of life is, because other things are alive, right? But it never got the breath.
Right. So we have something unique from God, but
it's not unique. We all have it.
Well, it's unique relative to everything else, right? Like everything else in the world,
right?
But would you say that all humans are equally starting out have that, or is that special to, again, this not.
I would say just because you have it doesn't mean you use it, or
Okay.
doesn't mean you're even aware that you have it.
And again, don't take this like, I know this sounds like judgy, or I'm trying to be pretentious, but would you say that Jews start out better equipped because they know, at least in theory, like because they have all the understanding, and they like they kind of impart this knowledge to each other, or because of maybe some people, obviously Andrew Wilson was saying, like, you guys believe that you have special blood or something, and
No. The only difference between Jews and non-Jews is that we have a different nation. That's it. We're a different nation. So it's like,
Right.
you're American, I'm Jewish or Israeli or whatever.
Right.
We have a nation. Yeah, that's the difference.
So, but do you think that at least in technical terms, it should give you guys an advantage in that process, right? Because you guys have more knowledge, or
so anyone who has accurate representations of reality would have an advantage with reality.
Right.
And if we do have, like, I don't know if we have them, but if we do have more accurate representations of reality, then we would be doing better with reality.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, as a Christian, I kind of believe the same thing in my own sense. Like, I think that, like, even with all the stuff that people would characterize as Neoplatonic or middle Platonic, I think that those ideals, even though they're not technically Christian, they do kind of aid in the understanding of reality, and hence, in some
Feel
sense,
free to involve other people in this conversation too, by the way.
and I'm trying to get to a particular point, so I'm not and I'll get to it quickly. So this is all just to get to a general thing. So again, it's not like a big gotcha or something, but but I guess, like, because what I'm going to say is obviously in light of the way people are talking online, which we all know, right? It could be construed as one way or another, and so I want to be careful how I'm saying it. But it's like, okay, so
Let me expand a little bit. So
yeah.
The one thing that we have that's different from you is that we have a way to structure our nation, and it's been told to us. It's written down as like a constitution. So, I mean, we've got other stuff in the book, but one of the main things is, this is how you build your nation, because we are supposed to be a nation. So this is how you have to do it. And so we have rules and structures on how to build the nation. It's not here yet. We're not doing what the book says. The book's telling us to do very specific things with, like, land use, with everything, with financial stuff, and we're not doing it. But some of the things and some of the ideas are still there. And so when we do go into like law, all of Western law has had an evolution, but a big influence on it was the Jewish law. The Jewish law permeated, right? And so, and that has proven to be something.
You're actually getting very close to where I'm going with it. So this is really good. So, like, in a sense, you could say that, like, I would say that I think that there's an argument to be made that Rome, well, this is an aside that I'm not going to hold on to, but Rome and America and England and France and all these different kingdoms, in some sense, and even Israel back in the day, never really ended. It just kind of changed forms because of that lineage of influence, like you said, of, the Torah and, whatever, however you think Christianity fits into it, and later on Islam, right? Whatever that lineage is, it developed a particular framework in which the world has existed. I think you would agree that America is kind of like a Gentile experiment to see, like, can the Gentiles, experience somewhat of a nation relatively close to what Israel was intended to be on Earth, or something like that. Would
when
you
you
agree
say
with
the word Gentile, I don't know what you mean. Like, I know what it means in English. I don't know what
just anyone who's not Jewish, I guess, or Israeli,
goy, like
or
a nation, a goy, a nation. Yeah, America is a goy. It's a nation. Yeah,
right. And again, like, I know that, like, I have a reputation as being anti-Semitic and stuff, and obviously I reject that. But I'm saying that, like, I'm actually just trying to have a real conversation about it, and I say that because I know, because this might get played later on somewhere else, and I want to make sure I make that clear. So
you're
the,
good.
the reason the reason I'm bringing all this up is like, so because in a sense I can agree that this experiment, I guess you'd call it, and again I'm just making a secular argument because I don't want to get into a religious debate of like Christianity's right and you're right wrong, or Judaism's right and Christianity is wrong.
All religion is wrong. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. I think that any of it can be abused. So there's no point in getting to that argument right now, right? So
Okay.
so I would say that like from just a practical like, is the world are people becoming more aware of their place in the universe and their relationship with God? A lot of people think that that's not really happening because of all the sin in the world. I kind of think that people are becoming more self-aware in some sense, even with all the sin in the world, right? And I think that it could be argued that that might be good for people, right? And I wanted to see how you would
I'll ask
characterize
you
it.
back another question: Is self-awareness a positive thing or a negative thing? Is individuality, independence?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. I don't really know personally. Like, I think that within Christianity, because we kind of believe in some sense of free will, that you would have to argue that in some sense it has to be somewhat good because it's giving you like volition, like in a
Let's talk
legal
about
sense,
the
like
general trends of society, right? General trends of society is people are becoming way more individualistic these days, and you have all of the identity politics. Why? For what reason? Right? What is this identity politics stuff that's coming in? So there is this tendency to go towards more individualism, which it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's a extreme. It's a polarized thing. It
Right.
becomes imbalanced.
Well, I'm glad that we're going this direction because I'll just get to my main question, right? Like, would you say that from your perspective as a Jew or Israeli, or just as a Western person, and I think I may have asked you this before, so forgive me, but do you think that you're better off if the West succeeds versus if it falls?
Okay, actually I was going to say I'm going to answer it as Benjamin, but I'll answer it as a Jew as well. It is not good for anyone if anyone fails. Everyone needs to succeed. The world needs to succeed. And like we're all in this boat together. So there's like success is important for every nation independently. We're not in competition, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. Well, for example, and I'll give you a specific example. Like, obviously, if you look at what's going on in England or Germany right now with the mass immigration. Now, again, this is not a racial issue per se, but obviously, violence and things that we can't talk about on YouTube that are happening, or even here in America, or probably in Israel as well, right? Like, would people want to do things that are morally abhorrent? We all want to see that stop. So the question is like,
there's a tendency today to want to destroy civilization.
Right. And again, there could be an argument to say that, well, civilization isn't good for people because it's driving this individualistic, quote unquote, liberal, whatever you want to call it.
All the individuals that are trying to destroy civilization. It's all the people that are the most individualistic that are trying to destroy civilization.
Okay. So, and what do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean by that exactly?
Like everyone who's into this identity politics stuff wants to see the world burn.
Okay. Well, so why do you, so whoever's managing the nations of the world, right? Like everyone, like I know people in all different nations, and this phenomenon of like migration as a weapon is happening. I think it's happening in Israel, it's happening in America, it's happening in India, it's happening in everywhere, right? Where people with different beliefs and
who aren't individualistic, by the way. These beliefs aren't individualistic beliefs, but in order to destroy other nations and to make these other nations one of like, what's it called, able to be taken over, you need to disrupt the nation. You need to have the nation destroy itself. And so promoting this individualism and this identity politics stuff
Right.
Again, it's not all bad. It's important. Like it's important to know your individualism because you can't have a unity without the parts, like without the separation.
Exactly.
So it's important, right? So you need to know all of these individual, like who you are, but putting that above the collective at the cost of the collective is going to destabilize civilization.
Right. Well, and that's the thing of like, so again, like I'm trying to be very sensitive because it's going to seem one way to some people, it's going to seem another way to other people. But, for example, like, I'll just use like, because Hank's here, Hank understands, like I'm not being a dick about it, but like, obviously, like, if me and Hank were to go to a certain neighborhood in Chicago where there's a lot of people that look like Hank, right? He and I would be in fear that we're going to have a certain lifestyle that's not going to be good around us, right? And the same thing would happen if I go to like the middle of nowhere trailer park with a bunch of people smoking.
I mean, that's what the media says. Yeah, right? That's what the media is pushing into your mind. I would challenge you to actually go there and see that it's not going to be that bad. You'll be able to walk there and no problem.
Well,
at least I will.
I mean, don't walk around like whatever that movie is with the sign on your with that what's it called? Die Hard. Yeah, don't do that. But I mean, I'm sure you're good.
Sure, but I mean, in general, like the rich people aren't going to move those people into their neighborhood anytime soon because they don't want to risk it, right? So, like, Israel's not going to take a bunch of refugees from Chicago next week, right? Like, I'm pretty sure, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like because they're oppressed by Whitey, you guys aren't going to open your border and say,
I mean,
just come on down to Tel Aviv and hang out, right?
Yeah, no, there are refugees here. It does happen.
Sure, but my point is like, Moscow, Russia tomorrow, or Tel Aviv tomorrow, or whatever is not going to say, well, the Anglo-Saxons of America have oppressed people for 400 years, so we're going to open our borders and just bring all these people who've been oppressed to our country, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? So why? Yeah. So I'm just, and again, this sounds like really racial or something. I'm just saying, like, obviously, it's like people are picking and choosing.
There's nothing wrong with wanting national identity to remain authentic. There's nothing wrong with wanting your nation to thrive and have a unified national identity. It's the sign of a healthy nation to have a unified national identity. It's a sign of a healthy Russia to be Russian. It's a sign of a healthy France to be French. So there's nothing wrong with wanting that.
Yeah, but obviously, like that, like even the term "white people" has been like, and I do not.
That's racial. That's not national. Like if you come to Israel, you'll see all kinds of colors of skins. It doesn't like, it doesn't mean they're not Jewish. It doesn't mean they're not part of our nation.
Right. Well, and again, like my point is like the Europeans were very proud to go and kill each other as clans and nations of people for a long period of time. Now that has been stripped from us. So what does it mean to be European anymore? I mean, you don't understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm Scottish and English and Norwegian and all these different things, and so like I'm already a mix, but it's still a particular type of like Northern European person, right? Like
it doesn't matter. Like, we're not talking about race. Yeah, we're not talking about race or genetics. We're talking about nations. So you're American, right? If you were to go to France, you would want to have. You would try to integrate and be French.
Right. And now I'm an American, but at the same time, like, where I live at, and, there's a lot of people who aren't American whatsoever. Right. And, so what does it mean to be an American now? Well, apparently that's a
good question. That's a very good question. What does it mean to be American? What is your national identity?
Right. It's a document that somebody puts in your hand, and you can keep all your language and culture, good or bad, and displace the economics of where I live and displace the whatever. And again, there's an argument to say that America was stolen land or whatever. Yeah, sure, but it's like, okay, so
all land was stolen land. All land was conquered.
Exactly.
That's just the way it is. Yeah.
Exactly. So, and that's the thing is like, if
you lost, you got your land taken. It's theirs now. That's the way.
Finders keepers, losers weepers.
You want it back? You need to be willing to fight for it or negotiate for it or buy it.
Right. But obviously,
I think America fundamentally, it's like freedom of speech would be one of the pillars that we have. that is one of the unifying factors that most Americans would agree with.
Yeah. Freedom.
We need more. That's
Definitely
that's a
American
start.
ideal. Freedom is an American ideal for sure.
Sure, but the freedom, but it is also the freedom to propagandize and to lie and to radicalize or de-radicalize. Is that also a right?
Yeah.
See, like where does it end? You know.
When I stop bumping the nose, that's not. That's
more
what
about,
it
like
is.
not what a principle is. What is your national identity? What is your identity as an American?
Well, that would be part of it, I would say. But
it's complicated. It's complicated. You know, I mean, my kid is not exactly like me either, right? So, my wife is not exactly like me, and the people I live with.
You teach him to go to baseball. You take him to a baseball game. That's an American thing. Like you're trying to give him a national identity. You're trying to give him like you.
Sure,
take
but
him
at
to
the same
baseball,
time,
not because baseball's great.
Sure,
because
but
it's American.
But at the same time, as I'm trying to transmit it, the general milieu of what I'm trying to impart is, kind of being undermined. So it's like you as an Israeli, right? Like if tomorrow, all the, let's say that you for some reason had 20 million immigrants come from, Iran next week, right? Like it's going to drastically change the milieu of the environment that you're living in, right? And
we have to adapt and evolve to make do for it, for sure.
Yeah, and again, the Jews have been very good at doing that, and I think that's actually enviable. Not only in the sense of I want to get that away from you guys. I think it's more of like it's very respectable that you guys have something that you care about enough to transmit for thousands of years, right?
The problem with Jewish identity is we didn't have a nation for 2,000 years. We had to preserve our national identity through something called a religion. And
I see. Okay.
Right. And so now we're going through a process of going back to a nation from a religion, and we're stuck. We're basically stuck. Like we have these people that are super religious and trying to keep religion exactly the way it was in exile. And then we have these people who are like, hey, let's just be a nation like every other nation and let's just be American. And where's our national identity in this whole mix, right? This is kind of, I'm letting you into like the problems we're having here. So
right. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah.
Yeah. So letting go, like finding our true identity is a process. It's not like simple. And like, yes, we've preserved our identity, but it's a preserved identity. It's not what it should be. If that makes sense.
Sure. And I guess what I'm saying is like, here's what I'm really trying to ask is like, do you as a Jew or Israeli, do you fear that if Western Europe and America loses its ability to maintain a nation, that you guys are in danger? I mean, I would worry if I were you guys.
I'm not afraid for me at all, but I do care about you, and I'm afraid for you for sure. But I'm not afraid for me. Like we'll be fine. Israel's going to be fine. But are you guys going to come up on top? Are you guys going to survive this? I don't know.
Well, if the power switches to Russia or China or Africa or any other place, do you guys don't think that would be a precarious situation for what you guys are trying to?
I don't know what other people think. I know we'll be fine. I know we're good.
Yeah. Okay, and if you don't mind me asking, what gives you the confidence of that?
We're described as the eternal nation. It says Israel's eternity doesn't lie. That's the one truth.
Sure. Well, then in that regard, then what difference does it make whether you're in the Levant or you're in anywhere else? I mean, then it doesn't really matter then, right?
Well, the fact is we're still around, right? Like like by all odds, there should not be a Jewish nation today. Like this should not be. So
right.
what Samuel says, the eternity of Israel doesn't lie. That's what Samuel says. Anyone who comes to try to destroy us, yes, it hurts. Yes, we die. But in the end, they're gone. There's no Nazi Germany. There's no communist Russia. There's no like any nation that comes to attack us. Babylon's gone. Everything's gone, but we're still here. So,
right. Yeah.
Like it's a historical pattern that I would bet money on, right?
No, and you're right. And I think that it's interesting because Christianity has a very opposite view of things, where it's like we see Israel as like a spiritual thing, and we're all anybody who's like following God is like. And
But for
again,
me,
I'm
like,
not saying that as a
if you're
gotcha or
asking where
something.
my personal, like, I'm not trying to prove it to you. I don't like, you don't need to believe that. It's not a belief. It's just
Oh
like,
yeah,
I'm
no,
not
no, no,
worried.
no.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't bother me because I mean I do have somewhat conflicting feelings. Like I think that Christians
Okay.
should, in some sense, I think that Christians should look at the material world to some degree and say, like, wouldn't it be nice to impart our beliefs a little bit more thoroughly and have a nation where we can just be Christian, whether whatever that means, and
Sure. Sure.
and
Yeah, but getting back to your original point is like I don't want Russia to win and I don't want Russia to lose. Like I want Russia to be Russia. I don't want America to win. I don't want America to lose. I want America to be America. Like we need healthy nations for a healthy world.
Right. And well, and I guess the question is, like, a lot of people are saying that, and again, so I'm not saying I believe this because I actually truly have conflicting thoughts about it. But some people are accusing, saying that that Jews have a particular, I guess, incentive to
it's okay.
destabilize other nations, right? And honestly, I don't know that I see the incentive for them to do that, and that's kind
I
of
mean,
why
if
I'm
you want to
asking
see
the
the
question.
historical patterns, nations with Jews in them do well. As soon as you kick out your Jews, your nation falls and does bad. Like that's the way it works. So, I mean,
Well,
like
I mean, New
the
York
evidence
City has the
shows
most amount of Jews ever, but
who does.
America's not really doing that well right now, right? I mean, they're doing better than everybody else, but
America's doing great. Like, yeah.
I mean, by what standard though? Like by GDP or by like, I mean, we're stable, yes. I mean, and again, I'm not blaming Jews for that, by the way. I'm just saying that, like,
I mean,
it's
if you
not
wanted
really
me to
like,
argue it, I would argue like as soon as America started turning its back on Israel, it started doing worse.
And when would you say that was?
I don't want to get into this too much, but yeah.
I mean, like within the last 4 years, or like 100 years ago, or like when would you say that was exactly?
America's like the superpower of the world. Like,
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I don't disagree with anything you're saying, really. So I'm not like, I know it sounds like I'm being confrontational. I'm really not. Like, I actually agree with most of what you're saying.
So I mean, like the evidence doesn't say that if you have Jews in your country's going to do bad. It's the opposite. If the evidence shows that if you have Jews in your country's going to do well.
Right. And again, for a secular argument, you could say that, like, if you have a better grasp on reality, then it gives you a certain advantage, right? And there's obviously been some sort of long-standing tradition, at least from the 1200s, as far as I can gather, between like England and Jews, and then obviously they got kicked out, and then they went, and then the Netherlands, the Saxons, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's obviously been a long period of time where the Anglos and the Jews have had a long-standing, like, relationship, right? And it's kind of led to like this kind of Western domination of the world, which in general I'm a fan of, because I think it's my nation of people. It's
like, honestly, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of it. Like, I don't think, like, between us, I don't think America should be better than any other nation. Like, I don't think it should be taking more of the pie. Like, I think every nation should be striving to do better and doing its best. And if America does better, that's because you're putting more effort in. That's the way, like, things should, quote unquote, be.
I mean, would you bet your? I mean, so and I guess from a practical standpoint, you've already said, like, okay, so you guys are going to be fine no matter what, right? But at the same time, it's like, but at the same time, like, but that's the thing, is like, will the world succeed if America falls? Like, I don't really like. I don't.
Yeah, the world will succeed as well. That's fine. Will the nations that are here today survive? I don't know. But the world,
I mean, it's obviously it's doubtful at the current rate of things. Like, it's it seems doubtful, right? So
there will be nations. I don't know what the nations will be. There will be nations, and I hope you all survive, and I hope you all figure out how to be healthy nations again. And I hope we do. Like, we need to do it too. It's not like, and I think it'll go together. Like, the more we figure out how to be a healthy nation, the more other people will figure out how to be a healthy nation. It's like, and vice versa, right?
Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying. I mean, personally, I'm a fan of inventing a new nation because the old ones don't seem to be working. So
Well,
you know,
that might happen. I don't know. Yeah, that might happen. But
Yeah.
I mean, like, why destroy nations that are, you know what I mean? Like, living in America today is a better way of life than all of history before it, right? So
Of course,
why not build
but I
on what
mean,
we have?
but a gulag is still a gulag, is it not? Right? I mean,
Right. Yeah. Well,
you can be in the best pogrom or ghetto in the world, but it's
right.
still a pogrom or a ghetto.
But,
And
like,
I'll just
why
tell you,
not
like,
improve on what you have?
as an American who grew up here, America is a gulag. I mean, it doesn't it may not seem like that on the surface, right? But it has become one, and I think it's mostly because of the technology more than anything
Hey,
else, right?
can I butt in and ask what the crux of the conversation is?
Absolutely.
Are you guys like trying to figure something out, or what was the?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is the role of a nation for people, because you know, Jews have a concept of a nation, right? But then, as like a person of European descent who's from America, we're basically told, like, if you're a nationalist, you're a Nazi. If you want to be around people that have the same culture as you, you're a Nazi. If you know, like,
Yeah, that's
and
stupid.
it gets kind of old at a certain point where it's like, I'm just a dumb guy from the middle of nowhere, and I've lived with almost entirely people from other countries and other languages and other cultures for over half my life, right? And never really had a problem with it. But at the same time, like, if I say, like, hey, I don't want my nation or my culture to be destroyed in the process, that makes me like a very problematic person suddenly. So it's
Not
kind
at
of
all.
like a weird. It's like a very
You're not at all.
weird.
Anyone who
thing,
sees you as
right?
a problematic person is a problematic person.
Yeah.
If you want to have a healthy nation.
Yeah, nation's just software to organize the people with. It's not a big deal.
That's right.
Hey, Jack, can I throw this your way and let me know what you think?
Sure.
So I feel like kind of what you're getting at is it seems to be kind of the conservative versus liberal divide, and the like openness versus like not closedness, but like I would also say like conservative, but the like you need like some people look at you as like you're stifling progress because you want to hold on to a nation identity. They're like, oh no, you're not progressing, you're not progressive.
Damn,
but
you got a good compliment there from a guy.
Problematic.
Good compliment.
He's just jealous of my knife. Look at my knife. Look at my knife.
Sorry,
and look at his knife. He's just jealous of my knife.
Is that even a knife? It doesn't even look like a knife.
It's technically a bill, but a bill's a knife.
I guess, sure. As a sharp.
I'm just a bill.
But anyway, so Jack, it seems like there's like that divide of where you would be more of like a conservative person, where you're trying to preserve some structure that is functioning. In this case, it would be like the American identity, whereas it seems like there's the more progressive side, which is trying to, in some sense, not necessarily destroy that, but it feels like if they are allowed to move unmoored, then they're gonna rip the nation apart, rip the identity apart.
Themselves.
Well, it's a lot of different things happening at once. I mean, if you asked me 8 years ago, it would have been a less sophisticated view of things. So, like, you know, I think that capitalism and communism are two sides of the same coin, which is progress, right? And it doesn't really matter what you choose; they're always going to have some sort of dialectical thing. Same thing with
yeah, I was just gonna say dialectic. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and the same thing with, like, you know, a lot of these things that we're kind of talking about. So, like, I would say, you know, am I conservative or progressive? I'll take whichever one generally makes people stable.
I'm not trying to label you. I'm not trying to like label you or put you in a box here. I'm just saying, like, you have some part of a conservative temperament. Like, you're trying to conserve something, and in this case, it's the national identity. Like, is that accurate?
Minor correction: Bill Hook's the technical name. Yeah. Bill Hook. I had to add Hook.
There is a dance between conserving and progress, and in the end, like even identity needs to progress. Even identity needs to evolve. Like we started this whole thing with evolution. Yeah. Evolution is the norm.
Yeah. Right, and I would agree. And the thing is this: like, if we're the machine lies, and other people have said, like, you can't stay neutral on a moving train. So, like, the thing is this: like, technology and philosophy and these things, they're forcing a progression whether we want it or not. Now, whether it's real or synthetic or a matrix or however you want to characterize it, the practicality is we're experiencing the changes here on Earth, right? So. But then you have the spiritual side. Like, I would say, like, spiritually, yes, I'm a conservative because I think that, our relationship with God should be number one. But at the same time, like, to live your life here on earth, like, you're kind of being moved along by the things around you. Now, you can go be an aesthetic or whatever, right? But how much choice do you really have in the matter? I mean, not a lot. And so it's kind of like the whole, like, taxation without representation. I'm heavily taxed in the sense of, like, how my surroundings are evolving, yet I don't feel represented by the supposed system that's in place to represent people, right? I feel that the people that just got here have far more representation as far as, like, you can't criticize them, you can't shame their behavior, you can't hold them accountable, right? And the same thing with, like, it's like this: when I go back home and I'm around a bunch of dumb white rednecks, I'm embarrassed by it. At the same time, I understand where they're coming from because I came from that, right? Now here, yesterday, I go to, like, the grocery store, right? And it's all immigrants and they're all speaking all these different languages. They got neck tattoos. They look like criminals. They act like criminals. They're wearing pajamas outside. Like, I didn't come from that. So I don't like it. It's aesthetically displeasing to me, to say the least, right? And I don't appreciate having to experience that. You know what I'm saying? And yet, if I complain about it, it means that, like, I'm hateful. I have standards that are unreasonable or whatever.
Ooh,
but it's like,
I think I think I've had a similar problem. I was talking with a this isn't meant to be a joke. I'm just serious assessment here. I was talking with, like, a gay furry in a Discord server. Actually, it's with one of the guys in here, and I was telling him that I thought that furries were unclassy, and he got very offended by that. I was actually trying to have a genuine conversation, but I said it, and, like, the bottom line is, fundamentally, every human is going to have preferences, and, like, I have I look at a fursuit and I go, that is like, there's nothing appealing to me about somebody in a fursuit. I'm just like, you're a big child. Now, yeah, it's cringe. You can disagree, that's fine. But, like, at the bottom line, I'm not saying I hate the furries and I want them all to be thrown on a volcano. By default, I have to converge on some type of value. Like, I go, this thing I don't value this thing. I find them unclassy. And then another thing, I don't. And in the same sense, I feel like you're describing a similar element where you're, like, looking at a certain culture that's coming in. You're going, like, this culture doesn't serve the same utility, and it also doesn't have the same beauty value, at least to you personally.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, you can't, if you call something fundamentally really beautiful, by default, you're devaluing everything else. So if you're saying, in this sense, you're saying, like, there is a better culture to be had than these people walking around in pajamas and having the tattoos. So it's like, I feel like this is just stupidity on the part of people who are coming after you, because, like, you have to devalue and value things on a hierarchy for yourself personally.
Like, I'll give you an example. Like, if Hank goes out today and he says, I love a big, strong, dark woman, right? That's fine. If I go out and say, hey, I prefer Southeast Asian dark-skinned ladies with black hair and brown eyes, and they put highlights in their hair that looks a little blonde or something, right? Well, I'm fetishizing something. Now I'm a fetishist, or I'm just using different examples, right? Like, you can slice it in different ways. And again, it doesn't matter that someone accuses me of that. It's just that the general milieu of, like, a lot of women have believed that men are toxic now. A lot of women don't want to have children. They think that having a corporate job defines who they are. You get the idea.
You're missing something. I'm only fine because I don't really care about their opinion. That's the only reason I'm fine.
I think going back to the idea of the evolutionary idea, I think it's a solution that will solve itself as long as, like, you and I are honest to what we believe and we don't if we're not quiet, if we're, and not in an intentionally rude manner necessarily, but it's like if we point to cultures and we go, this type of a culture is not good, whatever that might be. I don't have a specific one in mind, but it's like in the evolution of culture, I think certain cultures will just die off if they have fundamentally insufficient grounds to like operate and continue keeping their culture and their religion or their like perspectives around. If they fail to do that, they're just going to die off. And in that sense, I would like, when I think of the like these seemingly like people that are in their pajamas walking around and have tattoos and are acting like thugs, like I think that culture will fundamentally, in some sense, it's going to die off just by the nature of how idea. And that's how I see it. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, and see, this is the thing. Is like this is part of the thing. I'll be honest with you. I agree with you. And here's the funny part is like, do I try to warn these people because I'm like, hey, you're kind of going down a dark road, or I just say, hey, you play stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes, and maybe the West will survive because they can withstand these things, and these other people, liberalism's going to kill them. It's not going to kill us, right? So, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
that's a real thing of like. That's,
let them,
I mean, again,
die.
Like, literally, if you chop off your genitals, you're not going to have kids and pass on your genes.
Literally, yes, yeah. That's always that's a nonsensical thing to me as well, because I don't know how you can pass on good ideas to your children if you don't have any.
Well, here's another thing.
Yeah,
of like, look, when women come to the West and they get treated insanely well, it's hard for them to go and want to be with a person who doesn't respect women very much anymore, right? So, in the long run,
are you married?
Yeah, I'm married.
Do you have is your wife Southeast Asian? You mentioned that. I'm just curious.
No, but I would have married a Southeast Asian for sure.
Oh, okay.
And if I get divorced, I might do it. But I'm just using it as an example, right?
Yeah, no, you're good.
But so yeah, so again, it's not, I probably would have married a Jewish lady if it had, if it had been the right timing or whatever, right? Like, it's not about the race or the look of the person only or something, right? Like, it's more about the person in general, right? So, but obviously with different cultures, it gets more difficult, right? And, like if you had to marry someone from Southeast Asia as a Israeli person, like you could do it, but it would be a learning curve, right? So.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
yeah.
I will push. Like, I agree with you on wanting to find your national identity and having to, what's it called? Negotiate for it with your nation, because it's a process. It's dynamic. It's not like, hey, this is what we are and we'll be this forever. But on the same time, like, based on our national identity, we're told to love the stranger or love the immigrant because we were immigrants in Egypt. So like, immigrants aren't seen as a bad thing, and quite the opposite. They definitely bring fresh genetic material to your people as well, and especially if you bring the ones that align with your national identity. Like, ideally, people who immigrate to America are people who want to be American. And so, like, you might end up with like an Indian guy who loves America so much and will be a better American than most, natural born Americans.
I think that's true. In general, yes. Bring the Indians.
Right. I mean, like, just as a random example. So like these are kind of things that you don't want to discourage. Our national model doesn't want to discourage it. Whatever your national model wants to do, you'll succeed or fail based on your national model. But our national model wants to encourage immigrants, because this is an important part.
And I guess the thing is, like you said, individualism kind of kills cultures and peoples off and nations off, right? And so the thing is like, America's strong because it's engaged in liberalism to invite people in and like you said, assimilate them. I guess you'd say to whatever sense that's possible,
it's
right?
very evident too that like, okay, when you see the left protesting or making their noise, they're burning American flags, and that's not what you want. Like, that's not a healthy nation. You want whatever.
But they're the ones who are inviting the immigrants in and love it. So, right?
Right. Yeah, and we were talking about this earlier too. I definitely.
I
Think
mean, they're the ones who say that, you know, free that country over there next to you, right? So
it's a national sabotage. What's going on? I don't think it's authentic. Something's going wrong. Something's attacking America to have this happen. Is what my thoughts are. It doesn't.
Yeah, I
seem
agree.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's that's a parasitic issue of like the idea is those who want extreme openness, they don't realize that there are dangers to bringing in people. Like there needs to be some degree of I mean, it could be either within like an ideology or it could be literally immigrants.
And he
but
brought up
integrating
like
ideas.
the idea, and he brought up this pastor that got kicked out of America. Sorry to interrupt you, Chris. She
No, it's
brought
fine.
up this pastor that got deported, but he was like a community member, and he was like a very positive force to America. And like, these are the people you want to keep. You don't want to deport these people. These are the people who are going to make America stronger, right? And so what you want to deport are the people who are trying to bring America down, or who are trying to be over, you know, all that kind of stuff. Who are not trying to follow your laws or your identity.
Right.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, and I think that at least on the surface, it seems that someone like Trump is trying to do such things. And again, you know, like, I don't really like Trump, honestly, but I do agree generally that, you know, more. It's kind of like this, like, do you want to be in a club that just opens the door to whoever pays $5 a month, or do you want to be in a club where it's $5 a month, but they need to know that you're not like a psychopath who's going to stalk people or something, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you want to be in that club, right? You want to be in the club that has some sort of standards of like, okay, we want like, you know, people that are generally going to be good people and want to have a family or have something, you know what I mean? Like some sort of general.
Is this an ad for the Powder Dusty? If so, I'll support it.
Wait, what about the Powder Dusty?
I thought this was an ad for the Powder Dusty he just fell into. Because his membership's $5 a month. Right.
Oh, yeah.
I guess one of them is.
You need a screening process in order to let immigrants in. That's 100% okay. Like, I'll relate it back to our national model. Our national model is you have to keep all of the 613 commandments if you want to join our nation. That's how it works. So, like, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, you've got to follow the First Amendment if you want to join America. You've got to follow the Second Amendment. You got to know our Constitution and follow all of our laws. Like,
well, and see, that's the thing is like, there's plenty of people born in America for many generations, and I'll be honest, most of them look like me, that I would love to deport to Haiti or something. You know, I'll be honest, like, it's not just because they're born here.
Let's send them to Gitmo. Gitmo. We can send them to Gitmo.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with the like ideological what's the word? Parasite, where it's like there's these ideologies that are self-destructive to a nation. If you take your nation and you lambast it to the point of destruction, it can't operate. And that's what's going on with I feel like a lot of the, not all, but a lot of like the free Palestine type of people in the universities are like, well, America just is a bad force. And it's like, well, okay, then you shoot yourself in the head, you kill yourself, and it's like, okay, cool. Now what? Metaphorically and literally, it's like you're part of America. You should. And
it's funny on multiple levels, because I would agree there's some unsavory people on that side. There's also a lot of unsavory people on the right wing that are, you know, I would say hijacking certain quote unquote conservative, you know, ideals for the wrong reasons. And but also the other thing 100%. Is this, it's kind of like, it's kind of strange, like here in America, where, you know, the left are all about, you know, let's save the earth and help people from other cultures. But it's like, if America disappeared today, what do you think the water, the streams, the rivers, do you think they're going to get more polluted or less polluted, right? Like, do you think that the earth, you think the animals are going to be
do you know what America
more endangered or less endangered, right? Like,
do you know what America does to its lakes and streams? I just
sell them the highest bidder.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, if that's the case, then do you think that other countries are going to be more less corrupt? I guess you know. I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. I don't know. I mean,
Well, I mean,
you know,
like this, like we definitely have to learn some lessons in our generation that we don't know yet in order to overcome this challenge. Because this challenge is definitely facing us, and in order to overcome it, yeah, we have to learn some lessons, and we'll come out stronger for it for sure.
yeah, and I guess so. You're mainly just like an optimist. You think that basically everything's going to work out.
Oh no, things are
some
going to
way
go
or another.
bad, actually. Things are going to go pretty bad before they work out. Not an optimist.
So short-term pessimist, long-term optimist.
Yes.
I generally agree.
Isn't that?
I hope they don't. You know, I hope things will stay great and go better. But
History says otherwise. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I feel like I'd imagine, Benjamin, you'd follow in line somewhat with what I said, where it's like I think the ideas will work themselves out, but we're still going to have a responsibility to bear in the midst of that. Like I have to speak out against people who are trying to destroy America to try to keep it whole. You know, it's like I don't get to just sit there and go, oh yeah, everything will work itself out, and I don't even need to do anything. And like, there's always that responsibility to bear to try to keep things in line with what seems to be good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And part of that is having these conversations for sure.
Do you think that, like, you know, it's kind of like the rising tide, you know, lifts all ships? Do you think that if like all nations got more stable and less corrupt and more good at you know, controlling things, like obviously I'm pretty sure you're not like a totalitarian like 1984 lover guy, right? But it's but with the technology, obviously we know that, like, you know, with media and social media and all these things, like the ability to manipulate people are getting more wise to it in some sense, but also, you know, people get older, you know, older people are not going to be able to see through it. Like, you know, obviously people are being fooled by AI.
I know,
older,
just
you know what I'm saying?
In a general sense, we have enough resources, we have enough food, we have enough technology, we have enough labor and workers for everyone to have a happy and productive life. We have enough everything. The only thing that's holding us back is our own bullshit. We're shooting ourselves in the foot, and we're fighting with each other, and we're trying to sabotage other countries, and it's like it just doesn't make sense. We would just do way better if we all succeeded independently. Like, there's no reason for Russia to want to take over Ukraine. Like, why? Ukraine needs to do well for Russia to do well.
But they want it.
Well, like, I was thinking about this earlier with the whole nationality thing. It's just that it's kind of like how you should focus on yourself. You can't control what other people are doing. You can't control what other countries are doing. So if you treat countries as like individuals, it's just like you just focus on your own shit, fix your shit. Your country focuses on itself. And if every country does this, then
I'll go even further. If your country fixes its shit and gets everything together and everyone sees it, they're all going to copy your asses. So
yeah.
Like they did with the Constitution.
Like, that's really it. It's just like Russia.
That's really
has
what
no
we're supposed to be
business
doing
being in
too.
Ukraine. Yeah.
We're supposed to be getting our shit together so everyone can copy us.
Yeah, if everyone if every country just decided to, or at least one, just focused on its shit and stayed out of others' business or didn't start shit, it'd be great. It's really,
yeah.
Oh well.
So it all starts at home. Like, for example, I just saw this guy. He's obviously like a fresh immigrant, and he just comes out of his house that he just came out of and throws his trash in the courtyard of where he lives. Like, do I just go and say, "Hey, I don't appreciate you doing that"? Right? Is that like do we start at home? Or?
Yeah, respect the land you're living on.
Go import him to Japan for a decade or so. They'll whip him into shape.
Yeah.
Or Singapore. There you go. Yeah,
I think that's illegal, right? Literally, you could literally go to jail for that, I think, or at least get a fine.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. So should I try to like go by a politician and say, "Hey, I need you to pass like, the first time you do it, $500 fine. The
Your cell
second
phone and
one,
record them and be like, "Hey, next time you do this, this is going to the cops, and you're going to get charged for littering."
right?"
Why
And
not?
then when he shows up at my house with 10 of his cousins who don't speak English and are willing to impart harm on me for the threat of calling the police.
You're not threatening to call the police. You want him to stop littering. Just be like, "We got no problem. Just don't litter." I don't know.
Yeah, I know it's a silly example, but you get the idea of like, it's like the whole,
is easy. If he gets his 10 cousins to come beat you up, you stay inside your house and you use your Second Amendment rights.
That's right. Second Amendment.
They come in.
It's pretty good.
Free to shoot.
No, I get it. I appreciate you guys, because again, it seems silly, and it is silly, but it's good to kind of like just take a general thing, because the world has changed a lot. Like, we're all about the same age, right? Like, since we were kids, the world has shifted a lot. I think that's fair to say, right? Like,
yes, it has.
The culture has shifted a lot, and
a lot more Delulu people today.
a lot more what?
Delulu.
Delusional.
Yeah. Do you think that, to take it back to the Kabbalah, let's take it full circle before I jump off. Do you think that if the world started, well, obviously you don't want them to like all become practicing Jews, but if they all started studying stuff like this about the mystical side of life via the Kabbalah or something, do you think that could generally help, or do you think that's because they don't have a nation and it's too individualistic that it would be destructive?
I'm not going to say the Kabbalah doesn't have answers, because it does. And it does point a way towards meaning and all that stuff. It just has to be interpreted. Like, it has to be, like, it's something that's so far away from useful, and like, it has to be digested. It has to be, like, reinterpreted for a specific purpose and case.
So not like a practical Kabbalah way, but you're saying like it just needs to be applied to like your personal situation.
It needs to be applied. That's right. It needs to be applied, because it's very lofty and distant, and it's very applicable, but it's very like it's a process to make it applicable.
Would you say in some sense it's dangerous as well?
No.
There's obviously like a lot of like Crowleyan type of people or something that they kind of want to use Kabbalah for, whatever. Do you think that that's dangerous that they're trying to use it, or that the Kabbalah has a way of like dispelling evil?
I don't think it's dangerous. I think you need to balance it with, like, it's like you can't have too much NF. You need some ST. You need some practicality. You need to like live in the world. You can't just be in like brain space. So yeah, it needs to be integrated with its opposite, with law, with structure, with all that kind of stuff.
And that's going to be done more through a nation more than it would be through a what you call it?
Yeah, only through nations.
But not through an individualistic.
I mean, nations are made up of individuals, so yes, but nations are a unity made up of individuals.
No, not the unity again.
Yeah, back to unity.
So Jack, who the hell are you?
That's a good question.
I'm just a friend of Hank and Benjamin over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's from the Penelverse space.
Well, I didn't start out there. I was more of like an observer, and I got kind of drawn in, trying to like talk about these type of issues, but it usually just turns into drama and stuff like that. So.
Yeah. It's hard to get people to have a real conversation. Yeah.
Not for me. I mean, I was able to summon Neurojack, and we had a real conversation. But
yeah,
for other people,
I've always had good conversations with Neurojack. He always asks good questions. He always, like, we're just twiddling our thumbs without Nurjak, so it's good that you're here.
Exactly.
We were about to listen to an AI talk about Kabbalah and Chinese propaganda.
So Nico, how is that coming right now? Nico, how's that coming?
Nico burned his eyes out with a laser.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won.
Yeah, honestly,
Hey,
it's
well,
funny. Like, I definitely lean more leftist. Like, if most people were to like ask me questions about my political side, a year ago they would say I'm a conservative. Now they would say I'm a leftist or something. So it's funny. It's like, it's really funny. It's like, it just depends on the flavor of the week. You know?
Don't go off of what other people don't define you. You define yourself. It's just messing with your personality type.
That's individualistic for me. I need to join the nation.
Yeah, why are you going off of what other people are? People would say you're a leftist. Are you a leftist?
No, I don't think so. But I think
Start with that.
I think that the leftists, on some senses, have good talking points, and in other senses, they have worse talking points. You know.
Both sides have good and shitty talking points. It's whatever. That's why you stay neutral.
Oh, shut up, you trans hater. Nobody even cares about your opinion.
Chris, where's your pink hair?
Yeah, I haven't got it yet.
Never too late to get pink hair.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I mean, that's the thing is like
lefties.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is like, a lot of people think before being pro-Israel was leftist. Now being pro-Israel is right-wing, allegedly. So it's kind of like a weird shift that's happened in the last like 8, 9, 10 years.
What a weird thing, pro-Israel. Just be pro-America and be pro every country, dude. I don't get it.
No, because some countries suck. Some countries are shitholes. So I can't be pro every country.
Be pro them not being shitholes. I'm pro Russia being not a shithole.
Mm-hmm.
What a stance.
Not a shithole.
I mean, even though what they've done to Ukraine, you don't think there should be like some sort of punishment to Putin or whatever?
Well, you didn't say that.
I didn't say that. I just think Russia should be a strong, powerful Russia, and
Russia's a cool country.
Stay within its own borders.
It just needs
stay within its own borders.
Stay within its own borders.
I mean, from that sense, isn't nukes a good thing because it keeps everybody in mutually assured destruction, so people won't overgo certain bounds or something?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, I'm being facetious, but not really. I mean, you get it. Like, it does kind of like compartmentalize people into certain.
You can make an argument that nukes are stopping wars. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Although, like Nietzsche would say that wars are good and necessary and a part of human evolution, and without wars, we are going to stagnate. So.
But Nietzsche's not a warrior, so I don't take him serious.
He's not a warrior.
I think I disagree with him on that point and say that we could probably elevate what type of wars we have. I think we could elevate it to conversation, theoretically. Wars of words. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Hey, I have my
your philosophy
summary up on my AI screen. If you want to hear it. Yeah.
Yes.
Sweet.
So after the long conversation with AI, and then as it was all falling out the back end and it couldn't remember what we talked about, I then went and took all the questions that I asked it and pasted it all in one big message as a summary. And I said, all right, give me the summary of this.
To summarize for you too.
What's that?
You can ask the AI to summarize for you.
Yeah, but I was doing that, but it kept on forgetting the previous parts of the conversation.
Do you want me to
so I was only getting like
read it nice and beautifully? Like I was
What's that?
Do you want me to plug it into my AI? Like this here, we can pick a voice for it and we can have it read it. You want to? We don't have to read it.
No, we can do that. Let me let's see, how do I do this? How would I paste it from here?
Tell me which voice you want. We have like English, American, Australian, British, Canadian, Indian, Irish. You want an Irish accent for your philosophy?
Whatever will make this the most convincing.
Oh, I've tried some of these. Let's hear. Oh, there's a way to hear these people. 1 second. What is this loading?
Here, I'm gonna have to. Do you have your email available?
I do. You can paste it in the back room, can't you?
Yeah, paste it backstage.
I can, but I don't have access to it on my computer. It'll probably screw something up.
You don't have access to StreamYard private chat on your computer, even though you're on StreamYard.
He's streaming off of his phone.
Here, let's see.
Not his computer.
Oh,
yeah, I'm on my phone. Yeah.
Need you on your
Damn.
way.
Your light has the power to illuminate even
Whitaker.
the darkest corners.
Yeah, that's a good one. Whitaker.
Your light has the power to illuminate.
Embrace the little moments. They make
I like
life
that one.
extraordinary.
Okay,
In
we'll go
every
with that.
challenge lies the spark of a new opportunity.
Ew.
A kind heart can change the world. One gesture.
No.
Let your heart be the
Okay,
compass.
I sent it to you.
Hear ye. Steel thy spirit. Honor is not in gold, but in deeds. Stand tall, fight true,
Let's
and
do
let
that
courage guide thy path.
Joy grows when shared with those you love.
Some paths aren't loud or lit. They're quiet, deliberate.
What AI do you
and
use?
somehow, they lead exactly
I don't know. I
where
just
you're
did
meant to
an
be.
account on Free Pick, paid some money, and got some credits.
Time has a funny way of slipping past when you're not looking, but it always leaves behind the best bits. Like
That guy sounds
breadcrumbs in a
stoned.
story you forgot you were telling.
So pompous.
Yeah, pompous and stoned.
Yeah.
Hear ye.
This one.
Steel thy spirit, for honor is not in gold, but in deeds.
A kind heart can change the
What's
world.
the one you guys
One
said?
gesture at a
Hey,
time.
Whitaker.
Your light has the power
right, we'll do Whitaker.
to illuminate even the darkest corners.
Okay, and you send it to my email?
Yeah.
There we go. Holy shit, this is long. All right, that's credit.
Yeah.
That's what she
It's
said.
pretty garbage, so don't make fun of me too hard about it, okay?
Oh, we will. Don't worry.
Well, be nice, be friendly.
No.
We definitely will not.
Make me.
Being friendly is being mean. That's how it works.
Yeah, that's true. That's the thing. Like with men, like if they get on each other's case, it's literally the way that they're friendly. With women, it's not the same way.
This will cost me 10,000 credits. So that's fine. I have 184,000.
All right, I'll Venmo you with my non-Venmo account.
It's all good. We're good. Yeah. It'll take a while to generate because there's a lot of text. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wait, so what are you doing?
I ain't reading them.
What's going on here?
Oh,
So Chris has developed a philosophy, and so we're gonna have an AI read out his philosophy for us.
Yeah, he had a drug.
I would
abuse.
clarify is developing maybe.
Is developing.
Let's not say developed. That's a little too far.
No, it's final.
So if
This
you
is
insult
it.
this philosophy, you're insulting Chris, especially like
Okay.
the with TEH, T future.
What?
To future.
The
Yes.
future.
Emergers. What emergers? I'm seeing all your spelling
Emergers?
mistakes pop up. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's too
that's all
late.
good.
I already clicked generate. Didn't I?
It'll be fine. It'll get it. I don't worry about spelling mistakes with
Oh,
AI.
I didn't click generate. No, it's not about spell. It's gonna read it the way it's written. That's all. Naive. The.
Oh wait, you're having it. Oh, I thought you were generating a response that it was going to read off, or like a
no, he's-
synthesis.
Oh, you want me to make a thin? Oh, I can do that too.
Yeah. That's what I thought we were doing. Because otherwise,
Yeah.
it'll be trash. If you paste that, that's just a dump of like weird
Oh.
clarifications.
Yeah.
Let's do
So, yeah, we edit it down some more.
Yeah.
Yeah, the AI summary will be much better.
All right, we'll do that.
It'll be poetic. Very.
I can make it be poetic, but then it sounds corny. It's
Yeah,
really bad
no.
for-
I just mean that the text is poetic. I don't care about the AI. It can do whatever it wants. Do like a.
You summarize my friend's philosophy.
It summarizes it and just says, "This is retarded," and that's it. This is a load of
Yeah.
shit.
That would be pretty funny. It would save me some embarrassment, you know.
This is terrible. This should not be seen or read by anyone's eyes.
Humanity. I can imagine like a short, like little story about history where it's like I die and my philosophy gets buried somewhere, and some guy excavating the ruins of my civilization pulls up the papers of my philosophy and he leafs over them, and he goes like, oh, and he's like, wow, this is garbage. Let's burn it.
He uses it as toilet paper.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So Graves, face reveal when?
Never.
Oh.
Who stole your face?
Faye says, overall, this philosophy is highly process-oriented, deeply existential, and embraces paradox.
Yeah, that sounds about
Welcome
right.
to Discordianism.
I don't know what that is. You'll have to inform.
Oh, that's where I got the D-Date thing from.
Oh, thanks for coming on, Jack. It was good talking with you.
Oh, he's bouncing?
Just saw your message.
Yeah, he bounced.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know if he's still listening, but...
He's listening.
I'm getting it to format it better because it's writing, your friend says this, your friend says this. I'm like, no. Say it as if you're saying it.
Yeah.
Summarize it.
Yeah, so I did want to talk a little bit, but I didn't have time about, while we're waiting for it, about the idea of being a number 3. I feel like I have a problem with that, because if the number 3s are specializing in something, and maybe I've talked about this before, I struggle to see where I'm lacking in, or where I'm specializing and where I'm lacking in generalization. And that's one thing that I've questioned and nobody's had really great answers for me. So I feel like the vibe I give off is a 3, but I don't know if anybody can actually prove that explicitly.
Then let's just say you're 2 then.
Yeah, exactly.
You were going to say, let's just say OPS is bullshit, but okay.
That's what I was expecting too. Yeah. Actually, that's usually your response, Hank.
Well, we could use it even though it is bullshit. We could use it.
That's true. I think that's what we're all doing. Well, at least for those of us who've
generate.
Yeah. But I also feel like the well, then again, I don't know how many people here know. Graves, do you know who User is? You probably don't.
Who?
User, yeah. Young Buck, the channel, the channel that talks about like OPS and typology. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, you do, okay. Yeah,
no,
with him, which is it?
Idea.
Okay, I think it's ready.
Oh, is it ready? Okay.
All right. So you want to understand my take on things? It's something I've been mulling over for a while, trying to piece together. For me, truth isn't some static thing you find under a rock, nor is it so slippery that it's meaningless, like some postmodern thinkers might suggest, or as naively obvious as old-school structuralists believed. I see truth as this dynamic, forward-moving process, a kind of learning and yearning towards the future. It's something we haven't fully grasped yet, but we're all involved in paving the way towards it with every attempt we make, every idea we explore. I imagine this ultimate truth as coinciding with the finality of existence, the very end of time. Picture it, a point where all the relationships between every bit of physicality in the universe across all of time are finally understood, and all our human-made models of reality perfectly mirror what is. But here's the kicker. I suspect this endpoint is fundamentally undefinable and unknowable, a bit like some Jewish mystical ideas about God, an unnameable essence woven into everything. If we ever got there, the whole cosmic play might just seem like a simple, profound joke. Or perhaps that's what enlightenment feels like, kind of like what you read in Ecclesiastes. Now, the really crucial part for me is that this truth isn't a fixed destination we tick off a list. It's in a constant state of rebirth. It gets killed, our old understandings break down, and then it's rediscovered in a better, more nuanced form. Think of how Newtonian physics gave way to relativity. That's the kind of process I mean. All our current models of the world, scientific or philosophical, are just temporary frameworks, doomed to be readjusted. And I have this underlying sense that things are generally evolving, moving towards the good, or what I simply call life. They seem almost indistinguishable to me. This applies to life forms, sure, but also to the evolution of ideas. So, where do we fit in? I believe our role is one of active, almost heroic participation, coupled with a deep acceptance. We should embrace our position as small contributors to this grand, unfolding process, rather than kicking against the goads or making our immediate ego gratification the be-all and end-all. This means cultivating a kind of radical acceptance for what is, including tragedy, loss, and failure. These aren't just unfortunate events, they're part of the texture of this Sisyphean duty we all share. Let's talk about the ego. I don't think it's something to be squashed. In fact, I see it as vital ammo, a powerful shot in the dark. The ego is the doer in us. It should be allowed to run wild in its pursuits, to strive, to create, to explore with full fervor. But, and this is key, this needs to be balanced by what I call the meta-self, the part of us that observes, the watcher. This meta-self understands the ego's instrumental role, sees our individual lives in the larger context of history, and can even find a kind of peace with the inherent absurdity of it all. It's this watcher that allows for radical acceptance, knowing that our strivings are contributions to that rebirth of truth, with no guarantees of personal glory or even clear success. Getting that doer and watcher into alignment, that's a life's work, and I don't pretend to have it perfectly figured out. When I speak of sacrifice, I don't necessarily mean suffering. I mean giving your life fully to this pursuit of discovery, to this ongoing rebirth of truth. Whether your life turns out to be joyous or tragic, the value is in that full-hearted engagement. I don't believe there's one right aim for everyone. The ideal, as I see it, is to try, to act, to live, to explore in the face of not knowing. This often leads to seeking harmony with ourselves, with others, with nature, with society. And I think there's immense value in tradition. In that line of children we might raise, teaching them to supersede us in their ability to discern life and truth, passing on what we know so they can transform it. For me, artistic expression is a primary way we take these shots in the dark. It's a deeply necessary exploration of where life might be oriented. On a broader societal level, my philosophy naturally leads to pluralism. There's room for all sorts of narratives, different political leanings, because everyone is playing their small part. It's an open system, one that should invite discussion and community effort. Other frameworks, technocracy, liberalism, even nihilism, can be seen as potential tools or perspectives nested within this larger search. And what about moral failings or evil? I think these tend to reveal themselves over time by their consequences. They stifle life, they create disharmony. History is littered with examples of oppressive systems that ultimately failed. So, we build on a stacking of moral knowledge, though I admit we can never be sure we see all the evils of our own time. we have to trust the process, that living fully will help reveal them. Finally, I'm fully aware that this whole way of thinking is itself just another attempt, another shot in the dark. I fully expect my own ideas to be challenged, to evolve, perhaps even to be overturned, to make way for something better. That's the nature of the rebirth of truth I'm talking about. My philosophy doesn't assert a definitive end or guarantee that this pursuit is valuable in some ultimate cosmic sense. Instead, it poses a question, an invitation. Perhaps there is an end? Let us find out by living. For me, the value isn't in some far-off, unknowable reward, but in the very act of engaging with life this way, with open eyes and a willing heart, always moving towards that horizon where truth is continually being reborn.
There you go. How did it do? Did the AI figure out your thing well enough?
I mean, yeah, it was a decent enough summary, I suppose, of the conversation. I feel like it was a little too exact in ways that a lot of that terminology was technically from the AI I was talking to. So it was like I was responding with the AI's terms. So it's kind of weird because it was almost like the AI's interpretation that it was giving. Anyway, a little bit interesting, but it was, yeah, it was well enough. It was a good summary of the conversation, I'd say. Like you got the dialogue on one half of my responses to the AI. So
sweet. Yeah. You are our official preacher.
Okay.
Yeah, listening to that was basically like how I would think about like how the world works. And also at the very beginning of it, it just sounded like science. It was just like the rediscovery of truth and just analyzing the world around you and coming up with theories, and those theories constantly changing and rebirthing and blah 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 blah. It just sounded like science.
No, it sounds right.
Yeah.
It sounds like that's the right process. Sounds right to me.
Yeah, in some sense, science. In some sense, kind of like Hegel's dialectic. In other sense, which I actually didn't know about Hegel's dialectic until after I wrote this, and then I was looking into it, and then the AI had never said, because I was asking what philosophies it closely matched with, and that wasn't brought up. I'm like, how do you miss that? Because like the whole part of it built, I suppose it's maybe a little bit too broad for the AI to pick up on, but the idea is like it talked about like pluralism of like, well, it's not liberalism or technocracy, is that the right one? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, but like it's not, the idea is that like those things will eventually converge into a better form of themselves through like the political divide. Like you have right and left, and you're trying to align something in there of like which side should we go to, and some decisions are like they're fighting over kind of who gets ownership for the period to strike some kind of a balance in how the system is operated. But anyway.
Yeah, no, it lines up perfectly with what I would think as well. Obviously, there's a lot more nuance to be added there.
Yeah, 100%.
And like, there's no actual tangible goal or calibration process to make sure we're getting towards that goal. So those I would involve.
That was one thing I was harassing me about, and I'm like, I think the idea of where I'm at right now with that is partially because I wouldn't know how to define that goal. That's a little bit difficult in some senses. But the idea, I think, is to find a goal to calibrate to. Like that's where I would say is kind of the bedrock of it, is like, well, rather than sitting in a nihilistic position where you're questioning all parts of life, like let's try to find a goal of which can be aligned. But like there's also other elements of like, okay, but we know pragmatism has some use of like pragmatically, okay, going and killing all the Jews doesn't seem to be a great, like there are some pragmatic elements, I would say, that point to like, let's not, go try to wipe other people off the earth. So
sure. I mean, that sounds like a good idea. Haven't other people tried it?
Yeah. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
I think at the bottom the most important thing to me through my own life discovery, and that what's kind of embedded in that is like, let's actually live life rather than sitting in a nihilistic hole. Like, let's actually live life out and do something, at least try to do something, rather than just sitting around thinking about it and being like
thinking about doing shit
drunk
all the
off
time.
of
Yeah, Dragon's Neck.
Yeah.
Get off your ass and do something. Stop talking.
It's not it's not a response to him. It's more so myself, because I've struggled with things of that nature too. But
right, yeah. Well, you're the same person. We know that. So
yeah, that's true. That's true.
Sweet. Thanks for sharing, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I hope it was at least vaguely interesting.
Yeah. Why not? You're our pastor. You have to produce a sermon every episode now. We're gonna end on it.
Oh, snap.
Negotiable. Terms are negotiable.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming, guys. I'm gonna end it here, I guess. It's past our time. Yeah.
Thanks to Neurojack, we got a bonus hour.
Yeah, thanks to Neurojack. We got a bonus hour.
True. Shout out to Jack.
All right. Have a good one, everyone. Have a good week.
Bye.